Hello, everyone. It's Yogi here. I hope you're well. Happy Tuesday, everyone. And yes, I hope you're ready for a spot of stitching. I certainly am. And today I'm stitching this piece, okay? It's beautiful. This is my first supersized piece. And also, it's my New Year's start, so it means a lot to me. And this piece is from Ciro Marchetti, a wonderful artist, and the chart is from Heaven and Earth. And let me show you what a markup looks like. Okay, it's gorgeous. Have a look. Peace and tranquility. Look at this. And I don't have many pieces. Well, actually, it's not correct. I was going to say I don't have many patterns that kind of in a night view. It's not, actually not true because my reading nook, winter reading nook, sleep time, and also my twilight view, which I worked on just a couple of days ago. They're kind of night view, but extremely colorful at the same time. And you can see the background, the beautiful night sky, but the foreground is alive and vibrant with the tree house. It's absolutely gorgeous, and all this forest animals, this magic forest, and they're sleeping soundly, and also watched over by the owl on the left and the little red bird on the top, and little squirrel is dozing away to sleep on the upper right there. I love this piece so much. Every time I look at it, it brings peace to my heart. And so this, as I said, this is a supersized piece and also max color as well. So, max of the max. And let me show you my progress so far. So as I said, this is a New York, New Year start. New Year start. I started this piece with all of you from stitch one, okay, and we did a New Year marathon for 11 hours, and this is where I am today. It might not look like a lot, but then again, this is supersized, okay. And also, if you think I'm stitching slow, and refer to the channel name. I do not lie, okay? But I enjoy every single stitch, and look at this. It's so big, I can't even show you the whole thing in one view. And little bit at a time. It's all about a journey, isn't it? And so this piece, I've been stitching with various sort of methods, and I'll talk about that a little bit more later on. But I think, I'm happy with the progress right now. It's an evolution, and, this piece is going to accompany me for a long time to come, like all my whips. And let me show you my progress right here. Okay, so I still have the last sprint. Erase quickly, okay? No expectations. Every session is a brand new session. So currently, if you look at the progress on the upper left there, currently I'm on 0.7. I wouldn't say it's quite 1% yet because it's taken me a little bit just to get to 0.7. So hopefully 0.8, how's that? At some point, maybe within this session and then maybe the next one as well. And look down to the number of colors at the bottom on the left panel there, 239, which is one color short of the max, which is 240. Okay, so it's up there with everything, with the stitch counts, which is over 712,000 stitches. Okay, my brain can't even process, and I am going to start a new sprint here in front of you, and this is going to capture my stitches tonight, and let's see how it goes. So coming back to this view here. And I want to say hello to all of you. Yesterday we didn't get to meet, did we? So I miss you all. And let's have a look. Who have I got here in the chat with me? The first to report to the chat is our Sarah with a beautiful quote, I bet. So Sarah says, when you face difficult times, no, the challenges are not sent to destroy you. They're sent to strengthen you. Well, wisdom. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's difficult when you're in the midst of challenges. You It feels like sometimes the whole world is against you. But if you step back just a little bit and breathe a little bit, I know I go through difficult times, but just to know, just to trust the universe, the universe's wisdom, with faith. And it doesn't matter if you have religion or not. Just trust there's a force above us that knows everything is going to be okay, and you're going to come through victorious and become a stronger person. I promise. Yogi's promise. This channel promises. Yes, you are going to come through victorious and stronger. Okay, and Rajal as well. Rajal says happy stitching Tuesday indeed. Happy stitching every day to you, Rajal. Beautiful, Rajal. Thank you so much. And we have Rose as well. Rose Jackson says, thank you for the quote. My family has stretched my thin with heartache coming from all directions, so I haven't been online recently. Hope things will settle. And when we heal, be back. Have a great day, Rose. You have my love. You have the chat's love and beyond. Everyone watching, sending you love, and we're sending love to each other as well every day. It's an exchange of energy here, and we're here together, finding peace and solace and happiness through stitching. And Rose, you are going to be fine. Okay, I promise. And please come back. You can lurk all you want, and we're here to support you. And great to see you, Rose. And we also have Auntie Crazy here as well. Great to see you, Auntie. And Clara as well. Hello, hello. And our lovely Susan right here. And Lizzie as well saying hello, and Suzanne as well from Sweden, and recent, a new floss tuber recently. And Cherry Bomb as well, hello, hello. And Jackie is also here as well, also a floss tuber. We're blessed with a lot of wonderful floss tubers here. And who else have we got? Cassie as well. Cassie Lucky is here. And Love Drunk is also here in the chat with us. Guys, great to see you. And I hope you've had a peaceful day. It doesn't matter, what you've been taking part with. This is what I say to my, yoga students all the time is before you walked in the studio, it doesn't matter what you've been taking part with. You're here right now and we're stitching together. Okay. So, let me know what you're working on today with me. This is what I'm working on. So, a little bit of a recap of how I've been approaching this piece. I started from the stitch 1. Let me zoom in a little bit. With color flow. So I went through a period. I love color flow, and I still do. But stitching method for me is a a process. And I change my processes from time to time. And I started with color flow, Gemma's method, and made pretty good progress. And when I got to this point where you see this brown blob this is actually part of the squirrel, which I've been trying to get to. So I'm actually, touching the back of the tail of the squirrel here. And from this point, for some reason, it felt better switching to cross country, mini cross country. So this is what I've been doing for the last couple of sessions, if you've been following this piece with me. And today, I think I am going to follow the same method. I am going to stitch mini cross country. It just feels right at this moment. I might switch back to color flow at some point or other methods, but I'm going to gradually work through the part threads. Depends on where I'm working on. I probably come up here and clear up some of these part threads as well. So freestyling, and I'm gonna just switch around the areas that's got more confetti, like the tree trunk here, and the background as well, which is a little bit more easygoing as far as the color changes goes. Okay, so easy peasy, and we're just stitching, and no biggie. We're just here to enjoy the chat and hang out. Okay, So here we go. Let me bring on my work view here. And would love to know what you're working on. I've seen some really beautiful pieces on our Facebook group there, and so inspiring as well. And I love the dedication, everybody, and different approaches as well. You know, so much diversity there. And let's have a look. Mackenzie, hello. Mackenzie saying hello in the chat. Hello, everyone, she says. And Victoria as well says hi. And Susan is working on 9 p.m., which is the name of the piece. Okay, starting working from 9 p.m. And drinking hot chocolate. Very nice, very nice. And I wonder what Susan's summer drink is going to be. You know, and hot chocolate has been a lovely, lovely winter drink. And we're officially moving on to spring now. Not saying it's super warm yet, but London has been quite kind as far as the weather goes this year. It's been uneventful in a good way. Let me take a sip of my coffee here. And, you know, the temperature has been very average and actually hasn't rained that much, which is a little bit of a shocker. Because normally the temperature could be, you know, somewhat okay, but it could be wet and for months sometimes. And Lizzie says, the project talks to us. I swear it does. Sometimes have art disagreement. Indeed. Lizzie, I'm so with you. I'm so with you on this. I talk to my webs all the time, and I don't know, guys, you can relate to this. I sometimes, you know, if I don't know what I'm going to stitch or can't make up my mind, I just physically touch my web. I bring them, you know, in front of me and just look at it. And some sort of communication was to kick in. This is a paranormal story right here. And somehow, instantly, you know, if I feel a sudden peace, it speaks to me and I know this is the one. Actually, today was probably one of the examples, because today I wasn't planning to stitch this one. I had a different choice yesterday. But when I woke up this morning and I just decided that, you know, I'm not feeling that peace. And this one was talking to me. So follow the voice. Really, they talk to you. And if you follow the voice, I think you will be much happier stitching, because sometimes when you're stitching something, you feel out of obligation or some sort of, you know, goals that you set for yourself, and it's just not flowing. You feel resentful or almost, you know, internal resentment stitching. That can happen. That can happen. So I'm going to start off with easy peasy, a little bit of background filling here. Okay, and these are lovely. It's going to be a beautiful backdrop of this piece. So I'm going to start with 939, which is a dark color, and also I'm stitching on 25 count on this one. Okay, non-gridded, as you can see, I grid myself, and I'm stitching with DMC and 1/1. 939. 939. Gonna take a strand. And Suzanne is working on Thumbelina tonight. That's a very lovely, adorable piece as well. And Susan says, Susan's in the UK, okay? And she says, cold and rainy tonight. Hot chocolate is definitely hitting the spot. Oh, so it's rainy and cold. I was speaking too soon. London, maybe London is a little bit better. It has not rained that much. It to the point that I was actually a little bit worried about my local squirrels. You know, when I give them nuts, I also place a bowl of water as well, just in case. You know, I'm sure I should trust their wisdom as you know, animals. They know where to find water, but I just get a little, it's a human kind of worry. I just put a bowl of water there, just in case they want to drink it. So I'm going to start here. Hey Kelly, Kelly Quotes Plus is here, says hi Yogi, and stitches were about several hours of crazy wind. Oh, I hope everything's okay. Make sure you have a roof. Yes, tomorrow when you wake up. And Chantal as well. Chantal Pitt says, hi Yogi, I'm friends working on one of my smaller projects tonight because we're close to finish. Really? Chantal, you have to share, okay? It's very exciting. You know, I don't know what it feels like finishing, but I'm always excited when other people do. Share the joy. And Jackie says, I'm working on the Fancy Ladies, a paper chart, and I find it so relaxing. Really, Fancy Ladies, that genre of kind of, I see a lot of people, it's not full coverage, is it? But it's always a kind of lovely lady and wearing beautiful dresses. And most of those pieces I've seen, the stitchers were stitching them on kind of dyed cotton, not cotton, linen or something like that. Not always, but I've seen a lot of pieces like that. It's kind of a thing. And Bobbin with Brittany is here as well. Says, hello, beautiful project. Marine to Life by Dominic Davison is my max color. Oh, that sounds epic. Yes, it's a popular artist as well. Great to see you. And Chantal says, we just had a snowstorm last night. Oh dear. 30 centimeters of snow. My goodness, that's a lot of snow. Well, it's not quite over yet, is it? As winter for some countries. Well, it's still here. It's just, you know, we have not had, well, at least in London, have not had anything unusual. And it has not been overly cold. It's just very average this year. But who knows? It's not quite over yet. You know, even though it's technically spring, but sometimes, you know, I can recall there were years that we had snow in April, at least one occasion. So who knows? It's not quite over yet. So I'm warming up my hands with 939. And I did not get to stitch yesterday because I had a 4-day and teaching and other things. So I really, really miss this. And Lynn is here as well. Hello, Lynn, darling. And Lynn says, hi, hi, Yogi. I hope you're all okay. Yes, we're here. We're good, you know. And Lynn is sending love to Cynthia. I hope Cynthia is lurking and maybe watch replay as well. And is on the mend with the injuries. And Suzanne says really rainy and windy here as well in Sweden. Let me mark these ones as I move forward. And also I am going to bring on my 5x5 gridding as well. This is my recent favorite thing. The chart does look, you know, a little bit mad, particularly when I zoom out the chart, it just look, oh, insane. But it's quite handy when you're doing sort of, you know, cross-country type of thing. Victoria says, so we are with wind. I'm in Yorkshire. Oh, it's windy there. And oh, now it's raining as well. So we have the whole package. Yes. London's very peaceful right now. Fingers crossed. Ms. 3, hello. She says, hi Yogi, hi chat. Hello to you, Ms. And Elsie is here as well, saying hello. And Nikki as well. Hello, Nikki. Why am I always so excited seeing Nikki? Great to see you, Nikki. Hope everything's good. And you can settle down, do a spot of stitching with us. And how's the Etsy shop going? You have not provided update. I think, it's overdue. And it's quite exciting, I get to know you guys through the channel, and it's wonderful to see some of you starting your own venture, either floss tubing or Etsy shop or designing patterns, all sorts of things. It's wonderful. The best thing to create either career path or some sort of, some sort of additional sort of jobs or whatever is through your hobby. If you can extend your hobby and turn into a workable sort of job type of thing, then it's the best, isn't it? Not saying it should be a job, but that's the best job in the world, is the things you love doing. The tension of this fabric so good. I love it. And Nikki says, I'm done with my old Etsy shop. Hubby retired me. I'm so happy. What do you mean? So you had an old Etsy shop and you started a new one. And what do you mean by hobby retiring you? I have my own interpretation, but I'm sure I'm wrong. Whoa, hello. Great to see you. Whoa says hello, trying to stitch, but I'm hooked up to a sleep monitor device, so stitching is a little tricky at the moment. Sleep monitor device? Why is that then? Is it some sort of experiment? And great to see you. You can just lurk and chat. And this piece, all the projects, it feels very different when you stitch a different method. It's quite interesting. Because it felt like one project doing color flow. It feels like a different project doing mini cross country. And I love it. Nikki says, no, I didn't start a new one. I will, with my daughter this summer, I had Etsy shop for over 10 years. Right. Yes, I was just very curious about what your, because the other day you said you're working on an Etsy shop. I want to know what you've got there. So Nikki says, I had Etsy shop for over 10 years. Has Etsy been around for 10 years? I actually didn't know what it was until maybe during COVID. to be honest. I didn't, maybe slightly before that, to be honest. I can't remember when I was aware of them, but not that long ago. I had no idea they've been around for 10 years. So Nikki is the pioneer. Because sometimes when there's a new platform, you know, people don't instantly join because they don't know what is it going to be like. And particularly when it's a business platform, you know. Let me just strengthen my pencil lines a little bit. It's gone a little bit fadey. I'm just feeling so peaceful because the past couple of weeks has been very busy as far as teaching goes and all sorts of other things I have to sort out life-wise. So, you know, stitching has become an even more important thing for me. It's just peaceful because when you're stitching, you're not dealing with anything that you have to deal with, you know, outside of stitching. It's a little bit like yoga for me as well. You're just here, you're just stitching, and it's very peaceful, very grounding. Jackie says, I think they've been around for almost 20. Really? 20? We're talking about Etsy. They've been around for 20 years? Really? So 20 years. They've been around since 2000 or 2005? My goodness, I had no idea. Only found out and started. I probably opened an account less than 5 years ago, something like that. Jackie says, I bought my wedding earrings from Etsy, and I got married in 2010. Really? My goodness. So they do wedding earrings as well, I suppose, because I think, I don't know about now, but I think when I heard about them, it's all about handmade stuff, isn't it? It's kind of independent craft makers or, you know, people who make things. They sell their stuff via Etsy. It's all about handmade stuff, I think. So I presume maybe some ring makers would be up there. Wow, that's amazing. And I'm sure you can find a lot of unique stuff. Well, I don't know about how handmade nowadays, but I think they have all sorts, don't they? Jackie says it was very different back then. Almost everything was truly handmade. My earrings were vintage stones. The artists have reset into dangly earring. Yes, I think that was I almost forgot about that. Yes, I think it was all about handmade stuff in the beginning. Not so true now. It's a mixed bag of everything, isn't it? And Angie, hello. Angie says, I totally understand. It's my form of meditation. It is. Anything that's, you know, kind of repetitive and can take your sort of thinking mind away for a moment. It's meditative, isn't it? When you go above the thinking level of the mind. And I think with stitching, because there's a level of focus you need to have. You need to know where to put your needles and where to stitch. But it doesn't require intellectual thinking, if you know what I mean. It's almost like I don't know which part of the brain you engage, but it frees up the need to overthink. I think if you're doing different kind of creation, let's say if you're doing creative painting, for instance, I don't know, maybe it requires a little bit more mental planning, but with stitching, it feels like you can just flow with it. You need to grasp the basic things, obviously, where on the fabric you are, that kind of stuff, what color you're stitching, but not overthinking. And it's very relaxing for the brain. And it frees up, because we overthink most of the time, don't we? If we have a free moment sitting down, instantly we're flooded with thoughts. And sometimes not very good thoughts, sometimes things that we kind of, don't want to think about all the time. And through overthinking, we create a lot of worries. Maybe that's unfounded, because we tend to, think about the worst scenario of everything. And it's not always, most of the things we think is going to happen that's bad don't happen. 99% of the time, they don't happen. So we spend a lot of time worrying about things that never happens. And stitching is very good with freeing the brain from that. Okay. I've ended 939 here. I'm going to switch. I'm going to do a little bit more of the background here. And lo and behold, 310. Have a spot of 310 here. Nikki, I'll probably need a 310 comb very soon. My 310 DMC is flying out of the window. Chantal says, having 3 boys age 2.5 to 14, stitching is my peaceful time in the evening. Absolutely, you definitely need the time for yourself. Me time is probably, I'll put it up there with oxygen. It's not optional. You need to have me time. And it's part of being, to maintain you within you. Otherwise, you become something else. You're living lives for something else, doing things for other people. Absolutely. And Chloe, hello. Chloe says, good evening, everyone. This piece is coming along nicely, Yogi. Yes, I love it. I love it. The color scheme is so beautiful. I love every single stitch. And great to see you. Victoria says it was 2005. Just Googled it. It was curious. I didn't know it was that old. Oh, we're talking about Etsy. Me either. I had no idea. I wasn't aware of it. Probably till about 2017, something like that. 18, when I opened an account. And for Suzanne, peace is where the loom is. Yes. We all have that really peaceful spot, isn't it? And for me, it's stitching and yoga. And also teaching as well. Even though teaching, I'm serving, I'm serving other people. I'm serving the students. But at the same time, I always feel so calm and peaceful when I finish the class. I never feel tired. The tiredness, the fatigue sometimes set in a little bit later, but I normally feel so uplifted after teaching, because it's, you're exchanging energy with the students, and you're in a very peaceful place together for that period of time. It's such a blessing. It's such a blessing. Oh, spooky bingo, Susan. 310. Yay. The first spooky bingo goes to Susan. Yay. Susan is probably stitching something that's only 310, I suspect. So it's going to be, 310 spooky bingo all night long. And Chloe as well. Yeah, we're double spooky bingo. With Chloe as well. Chloe, you're probably stitching the same piece as Susan. That's cheating. Yes, I'm kidding. Wonderful. Double spooky bingo. And Kelly says, I had Yogi on mute for a few minutes so I could film a clip for my YouTube video. How dare you? You put me on mute. Oh no. Yes. Nikki says, how much would a 310 cost you, Yogi? Maybe on Amazon. Do you mean the regular scan, like an 8 meter? That would be the regular price. It's about £1.50, something like that, or £1.25. But if you're talking about a cone, I have no idea. It's probably it probably costs about the same amount, but only in pounds. So, I don't know how much it is in America. Let's say if a cone is, I don't know, $25, it's probably £25 here. Wouldn't surprise me. That's normally the case. It's like, iPhone products. Normally, the prices are the same, only the currencies are not. That's just how we roll here. We pay a lot for taxes and everything. Victoria says, oh dear, we have a baby here, okay? Victoria says, where are you, Victoria? I'm trying to... Where is it? Yes, Victoria says, mind you, it makes me 11 when it opened. Dear, oh dear. So 20 years. So Victoria is 30 something, early 30. No, hang on. If it's been 20, yes, 31. Yes. Kelly says it's the squirrel getting a tail now. Yes, this is this blob. It might look like nothing, but it's actually in the back of the squirrel's tail. And, proportionally, this squirrel is actually quite big. So we're not talking about the tiny squirrel on the fabric, okay? This squirrel may take up this big of a space if you look at it. So it's going to take a little while. So this is just the tail, the back of the tail right now. So I'm going to do a little bit of squirrel today, a little bit of squirrel stitching. I'm trying to see where I am. Okay. So very peaceful 310 stitching. Ah, so Susan's stitching nice guy. Jackie says, I think I still have my original Etsy account from 2009. Huh. 2009? Oh, right. So if you start, so the platform started 2005. So you're, Jackie and Nikki, they're both kind of early adopter of the platform. Hi, Maddie. Maddie says, Hey Yogi, I'm putting floss on floss cards for Clash of Titans, so I'll be lurking in the background. Yes, enjoy that. The organization for preparing for a new project is very exciting. Yes, Maggie has just celebrated her birthday on, was it Sunday? Sunday evening, right? The last stream. So she's still a birthday girl here. So Victoria's 32. Yes. A spring, Lizzie says it's spring chicken. Yes, exactly. But I remember I was so depressed when I turned 30. I thought it was all over. And now I'm on the other end of the 30s. I'm still alive and kicking. I think I'm still a spring chicken. I don't know. A spring squirrel. But a big 3-0 was a shocker. Elsie says stitching is my therapy. If I don't have it, I will be on the psych ward. I think hobby, things that we love to do, or it doesn't have to be craft. It could be sports as well. Anything, anyone. I think everyone needs a hobby. I always feel bad when people go, "Oh, I'm so bored. I don't know what to do with myself." I'm just thinking, how do you have time to be bored? I'm like running out of time to do things. I don't have enough time to do all the things I love to do. And talking about that, this Saturday for members only stream, we're going to have a side quest, but I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be doing my my needlepoint. I just saw my needlepoint because I'm currently trying to kind of reorganize my craft room. It's not my craft room, okay? It's like my little cave. And I have just started, okay? Don't get too excited. It's not even nearly done yet. And I came across my needlepoint projects and I'm thinking, oh, I like to do a little bit of this. And so this Saturday, okay, members, where I'm going to be doing some needlepoint. I'm going to show you my projects and you can do whatever you want. You can do any side quest, main quest, it's up to you. And we're going to just hang out. And for those of you, if you haven't joined the membership already, we have most weeks we have members hang out and you get to support the channel and we get to hang out and do slightly different things from the regular streams. Okay, so this Saturday is going to be double stream. Of course, Saturday we have Amy Sao, and but we're going to do a little bit of side quest. So just so you know, put it on your calendar, bring your side quest, main quest, and come and join me. Because I remember the other day we talked about needlepoint. I think we're talking about 10 stitching. Needlepoint is essentially 10 stitching, which is quite interesting. And having done, cross-stitching 10-stitch projects, it would be quite interesting to revisit my needlepoint. Hello, busy mom. So Maddie is doing floss tube as well. I'm so excited. Everybody is in it. We need more. Spread the love. Spread the craft. Oh, busy mom is in the hair salon? Really? Tonight is a haircut and color night. Very nice. Yes. I think, busy mom is going to go purple hair or bleach blonde, Marilyn Monroe style tonight. Maddie says, I'm 29. One more year to 30, Maddie. When next year, when we celebrate your birthday here on the stream, is it going to be a big one? Big 3-0 for Maddie. And just a heads up, it's okay. Things don't just suddenly go nosedive after 30. It's fine. Kelly says I'm 57. Last Tuesday, 19th. Oh, happy birthday. Yes, wonderful. And Cassie's here as well. Cassie, we have different Cassies. So this is Cassie Pistello. I did my best. And Dragon Lady saying hi as well. Welcome. Oh, hang on. Just let me send a text quickly. This is work related, okay? Bear with me, and I'll be back in a bit. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I just needed to reply something to the studio. It's all good now. Dragon Lady says still stitching Sudeki. Finally, full coverage makes sense, and I don't fear losing my place. Wonderful. Yes, it's I've been stitching full coverage for a few years now, since the sort of COVID time. I'm still learning sort of, not new ways, but still learning more every day in terms of how to stitch a little bit more efficiently. Hang on. Sorry, I just need to reply. Sorry, I'm slightly distracted. Just 1 second. All right, sorry about that. Let me double check. I looked away, so I need to know where I am. And Dragon Lady says, I'm always late in the chat. I don't know when to check on Wednesdays and Saturday. Where to check? Oh, when to check in on Wednesdays and Saturday? Do you mean like when the stream starts? Normally with YouTube, if you keep the notifications to all, at least for this channel, technically it should notify you at least 30 minutes before. But from what I heard, it's not always the case because some stitches, they have it set to all. They don't always get a notification. But just so you know that we're roughly starting at the same time most days, give and take half an hour or so. So if you check around just, an hour or so before the stream time, normally you'll find the schedule stream waiting for you. Gayla says, I learned full coverage from you. As in me or the chat? Oh, Gayla. Yes, I'm honored if that's the case. And I learned full coverage from everyone else. I don't know why our studio group chat is so active at this time. This is like nearly 10 o'clock, well, 9:30. Suddenly, it's all kicking off. So this one, I'm still on 310. There are quite a few here because this is still the background here. And I'll get to the squirrel zone in a bit. I'm looking forward to it. Oh dear, where am I? No, I did one extra stitch here. Wait a second. I got too excited. One, okay. And Michelle says, I'm late, but I was at work club. So does that mean you're free? You're free from work club. You can join us now. Great to see you. Michelle. Suzanne says, finish rotation on Thumbelina 4.8. Oh, so are you going to swap to a different project then? Is it how you're working now? You just have individual kind of milestones you hit, and then you just move on to the next project? I never try that actually. Normally, if I normally have one project a day. And most of the time, I'm stitching with you. You know, you're watching me doing my daily stitching. But occasionally, if I, for instance, if I come back from teaching in between classes, when I have a few moments, I sometimes, I do a little bit of stitching as well. But I tend to stick with one project. Oh, it's not true. If I do a little bit of stitching myself, it may be a different project from the one I'm stitching with you in the evening. So that happens as well. But normally, if it was up to me, I tend to be one project a day kind of person. For some reason. Susan says still spooky bingo. Yes. It's a spooky bingo marathon with Susan. Wow, 500 stitches, Suzanne. And also, we're going to have a 14 count week. It's like a little retreat holiday from higher count fabric. And I'll let you know when we start, because I'm still looking for that 14 count new project, because I already have, four 14 count projects, but I want to find one more, maybe a smaller piece as a new start as well. So I've been browsing around. I haven't found anything yet, but I'll look up the websites a little bit more, and I'll let you know which one will be my new start. And we're going to do 7 days of 14 count stitching. At least I will. You can join me. I just think 14 count is so wholesome. And also it's probably a good thing to show particularly new stitchers or stitchers they feel they have to constantly go up fabric count. You don't have to. If your eyes don't like it, or for some reason you're just happy stitching lower count fabric, you absolutely should and can, which is equally beautiful. Jackie says, I have a hard time switching multiple projects a day. I find I mess up more. Interesting. The only occasions that I would switch is if I start stitching a piece and it's just not flowing. I'm just not feeling it, and feeling that maybe I've chosen the wrong project. Very occasionally that happens, then I would switch. But I do not have sort of, individual goals for how many stitches I need to make for one project before I move on. If I'm not feeling it, I switch. It doesn't happen that often. Okay, I'm going to fill in these little gaps a little bit before I move on to the squirrel land. Okay, it's slightly, let me see what's happening here. It's not that confetti actually. I should fill in these gaps before I move on. So 922, 922. 922. I need a new strand. And this Saturday, if you have a needlepoint that's been lying there for a little bit, Get it out and stitch with me. 922. Hi, Janine. Hello. You're a little bit late, but you're forgiven. All right. Maybe you're at work. I don't know. So 3 stitches here. It's interesting because I had not worked on this piece for maybe over 10 days. And sometimes it's just nice to leave a project a little bit. You know, you come back with fresh eyes and new approach, and everything just feels fresh. And I think this is why switching projects work for me, because I'm just one of those stitchers. I get fatigued very easily. Not that I'm fed up with a project. It's more of a, if I look at the same image for a long time, I just get kind of, you know, I start to tune out. So sometimes when I have a project set up, for instance, on my Lowry, I actually make a point of turning my hoop to the other way, to the back side. So just to prevent me from walking into the room and look at it, to reduce that kind of visual fatigue. So, you know, a lot of times I keep my whips away from my view a lot of times, so I don't have to look at it accidentally, and keep everything fresh. I don't know whether any one of you feel like that as well. Lynn says, Yogi, I bet I'm the only one who has Christian the work with hay. Lynn, do you want Yogi to decode your message? I'm doing my best. Hay sat on a hay bale on my brother's stable. The sound stitching was so peaceful. Who has what? Christian. Well, Lynn, you have to help me out here. Sounds like something about really peaceful stitching. Bless you, Lynn. Janine says, I have Saturday off, so should be able to do both streams. Is there going to be yoga? Well, Janine, if you're asking for it, you know, there's going to be yoga, but it's no good doing yoga if you're not there. You know what it's like? So with members hangout, I provide a spot of yoga stretches as well. So that's a bonus for the members. And thank you for your support. Nikki says, I don't understand needlepoint, especially with a color canvas. Never know where to start. It's kind of like a stamp kit, but the colors actually match the thread colors. So with stamp kits, you know, the cross-stitch stamp kits, they deliberately mess up the colors. And so it's kind of a surprise that, you know, when you finish the stitching, and it looks really good, etc. But needlepoint, the ones I've got, I'll show you on Saturday, is that they all have, not all of them have fully stamped, but most of them do. So you know what colors goes where. And also, unlike this type of projects, they don't have that many colors. I can't remember how many colors per project, but most of the times you can, tell what colors go to what symbol or color code. I like needlepoint actually. At one point, I think, I've been stitching, cross-stitching, like samplers and stuff from time to time since I was a kid. But I think at one point, I actually got into needlepoint. I was doing needlepoint a lot more than cross-stitching before I came across full coverage. Because up to that point, cross-stitching was just one of those things, one of those 200 things that I did, craft-wise. And I was mostly a knitter, and I really enjoy needlepoint as well. And I think I like needlepoint because you are stitching with yarn, and I'm familiar with yarn, with knitting and everything. So I think that's probably why. And also, with needlepoint, most of the times you can turn the work into a functional thing. So for instance, the ones I've got, maybe eventually when I finish, I can turn them into cushion covers because they're kind of designed for that. But I think with needlepoint, you do have to stitch in a lot more disciplined way when it comes to tent. Either you do continental all the way, or you do tent all the way. And because it creates different coverage at the back as well, which is important. So you have to be a lot more disciplined. If I do tent on this type of project, I go all over the place. I just, as long as it looks right from the front, I don't care what the back is like. And Dragon Lady says, I love to look at my piece from a distance because I don't see it when I'm stitching it. That's a very good point as well. But for a brief moment, right? Because my issue is I get visually fatigued quite a lot. Not that my eyes are getting tired, not that kind of fatigue. If I look at the same image for a long time, I start to get very bored. And I start to lose interest. And that's what happened with me with Gecko Rouge when I stitched the project for the first time. I was so into it. I stitched that piece day in and day out for 6 months. And so I was looking at pretty much the same thing every single day for 6 months. And one day I just woke up in the morning and go, that's it. I've had enough. Not that there's anything wrong with the image, okay? It's a very interesting chart. I love it. But my eyes and my mind just went, just had enough. And I couldn't look at that project for maybe a few months before I could pick it up again. 3064. 3064. Oh, now it's started to rain. Can you hear it? It's chucking it down now, suddenly. It's our turn. I was bragging about London being so not raining. Now it's raining. I don't know whether you can hear it from outside the window. 3064. New strand is required. I jinked it. 3064. It's a beige. So Lizzie doesn't know what needlepoint is. Have a Google. It's basically 10 stitching with yarn, and it's quite fun to do. In some way, it may be, well, it depends. I wouldn't say it's simpler than cross stitching, because cross stitching is different. And with needlepoint, at least the ones I've got, they're all full coverage. No full coverage, because most of the time you turn them into a cushion cover or some sort of thing that you can use. Nerdy says, cushion covers. I thought needlepoint was done on plastic canvas. Yes, the canvas is pretty stiff. It feels like plastic. I don't know. I don't think it's plastic, because once you finish, you wash the canvas, it becomes regular fabric. So it's heavily starched. It's probably similar to stamp kits, that the fabric is kind of quite stiff, so you can stitch it without a hoop, perhaps. But when you wash it, yes, the canvas will become softened and just turn into regular fabric. Janine says, me too, I get bored doing one project over two or even two. I like wide variety, makes it fun. Same here. I think, as I always say, that the way we stitch, how we approach stitching is a reflection of our personality, the type of, person that we are. 3064. Because while some stitchers, they can, focus on one single piece for years and years. Like Komari stitched the Supersized Once Upon a Fairy Tale for over, 2 years, 2.5 years. She was pretty much, I was following her throughout on her channel, and one project, pretty much. Never deviated, never needed anything else. And that kind of stitcher also exists. Whereas someone like me, no chance, And maybe Janine as well. 3855? 3855. Trying to fill in these 2 little gaps here on a tree trunk. Kelly says, my brain can't figure it out though. I'm too used to squares. Yes, you do have to switch how you process what you're looking at a little bit. I bet on Saturday when I go back to those pieces, I probably need to get my head around as well. And for me, it's always been tricky to be consistent with the way I'm stitching, because in order to, I think it's Continental. Continental is the one that when you wrap over stitches, so the back is a little bit thicker. I always do it wrong, do it incorrectly, and do the other one. So I need to remember, to keep it consistent. So this one is 3855. Elsie says, snowing here. Wow. Yeah, and also not only raining, it was just a gush of rain. It's kind of stopped now. It's very typical, UK rain. It kind of just suddenly go chucking it down and then stops. And but I can hear the wind coming through as well, so it's a little bit windy. I should not have talked about it. I was saying, oh, it's all typical, it's all fine, really peaceful weather, and lo and behold. 3858, 3858. Oh, so where Janine is nice and sunny. Wow. That's nice for change. Just do this little stitch here. It feels good when you fill in these little stitches, loose stitches, and everything's all fully covered. That feels nice. There. And then there's just two more here. I can just do it. Janine says, Yogi, are you talking about what is called Bargello? What is Bargello? What are we talking about? Sounds like a dish. Janine, are we talking about food already? It's a little bit soon. Well, it's always a good time to talk about food. I have no idea what it is, Janine. Nikki says, I joke with hubby every time he wishes his truck. Oh, he washes his truck. It rains here. Dear, oh dear. I hope he doesn't wash his truck too frequently. Or maybe they can be used some sort of ways to get rain. If there's a draft, and lack of rain, just get your husband to wash the truck for the village. Back in those days, they use witchcraft and all sort of magic to make it happen. But nowadays, you can just ask Nikki's husband to wash the car. Lynn says, Yogi's Dolly inside. I love her photos on Facebook. I know, yes. She's sleeping on the sofa, exactly, probably in the same position as those photos I'm showing you, because I snapped those photos just a few days before, and the same day I posted it. Actually, I was just looking at Dolly and go, oh my goodness, yes, your mummy is working so hard, streaming, like a lunatic. And you're just lying there, belly up, not a care in the world, eating prawns, She had some prawns yesterday and today as well. And she's like all blasé about it. She's like going, yeah, I'll just eat my prawn and just flip over and sleep. That's my job. Well, which kind of is, we know. We know sleeping is a job for cats. It's a career. And Dragon Lady says, I'll be stitching Frederick the Literate for 14 count week. But I've changed the fabric to dark blue 14 count instead of the kid black. I know, a lot of people stitching that piece. I mean, Susan, you're stitching that piece, right? I think Susan swap the fabric as well. I'm quite surprised with that piece. It came with black fabric because that piece is quite I wouldn't say dark, but it's quite, in terms of color palette, is quite slightly on the heavier side. And is that a full coverage or partially covered piece? Because why would they need to use black fabric? You use black fabric maybe if a majority of stitches are, I don't know, lighter in order to create contrast. I don't know. That's a really pretty piece, but I'm not sure why they need to be stitched on black fabric. Okay then, I can come over and do a little bit of a squirrel. How's that? We're entering the squirrel zone. Yay! Here we go. So I'm gonna just start from just picking up the part threads actually. Let's work them through before anything. Janine says, my mom used to do needlepoint and I think it was called Bargello. Really? Has it got a different name, chat? I'm sure there are a lot of very experienced stitchers here. They probably know. They go, yeah, it's called Bargello. It's not pasta. You know, not overcooked pasta. It's needlepoint. Oh, right. So Janine says it was geometric patterns in lots of colors, and then she made pillows out of it. So is that a style of pattern? Or is it just needlepoint? Because needlepoint could be any kind of pattern. I've got very different kinds. Squirrel, here I come. Yes, you can make pillows, cushions, and some of them probably turn into some sort of decorative pieces. You can frame it, of course, but I think, you know, they're very often stitched to be, you know, to be turned into some sort of functional thing. I think cushions will be most popular, I think. And Dragon Lady says, Bargello flame or Florentine stitch on needlepoint canvas. Oh, are they just different types of? Because needlepoint, as far as I know, there's just one way of stitching it, or two ways, either continental or tent. Even though I do have one piece I'll show you on Saturday that incorporates other type of embroidery stitches as well. It's really beautiful. But fundamentally, in terms of coverage, they're done pretty much with 10 stitches. Doing one more here. The squirrel tail. Susan says, Frederick is actually partially covered. So, okay, so that's why the background is black. That's fair. Sarah says a new swan piece I started. It's on 14 counts. I looked it up and it's called Frosty Tenderness. Oh, nice. Yes, that piece would be perfect from the sound of it for our 14 count holiday stitching. And I call it a holiday or retreat stitching is because day to day, we're stitching, well, not everybody, but majority of us probably stitching, 25 counts or slightly higher count, 22 or whatever. And it's nice to have a break, like a refresh of our stitching, and by the end of the 14 count week, when you come back to 25, you won't be able to see these stitches anymore. That's the plan. You're going to go blind, and no, that's not a plan. It's just kind of a relaxing 14 count stitching because it's very comforting, and we need a little bit of a off time from more intense stitching from time to time. It would be nice. And when you come back to higher fabric count, you're going to have a new appreciation for it. That's the plan. So maybe at some point we're going to do a 56 count boot camp week. Not sure when that's going to happen or ever. And Suzanne, okay, Suzanne is our expert for sure. Suzanne says, but Jello is a style of needlepoint. What kind of style? Do you mean style of pattern or style of stitches? I wonder. But Jello, I had no idea. I'm learning so much. It's a style. Okay, good. So we're not talking about actual method of stitching. We're talking about style in terms of pattern, perhaps. Right. Dragon Lady says Frederick's background is not stitched, so the color becomes war behind the bookcase. Oh, so you can decide what the war color is going to be like. It's a little bit like Maggie, isn't it? Maggie, you have it's pretty much 95% fully covered, but there are two bits of the back where the wallpaper is. The fabric comes through, so the kit is calling for beige, but you could potentially change it to other things. I think like baby blue or even pink will look really nice. So I think it's a choice that you can make. All right then, 3772. 3772. Betty Hankins, hello. Betty says Barcelona. What I can remember is the pattern in needlepoint. I've been stitching a snowman needlepoint and it uses DMC thread. Oh, really? DMC yarn or regular? Surely not the regular cotton floss. And I'm going to look up where the yarn is coming from with my needlepoint. I think it's probably Anchor, if I remember correctly, because I've had those kits for quite a while. So Anchor is quite known for their needlepoint yarn as well. I don't know, is it called yarn for needlepoint or something else? Just threads? Because they literally feels like yarn. DMC floss. Can you do needlepoint with regular floss? Is that needlepoint? I saw needlepoint, you always stitch with yarn, like really thick. And Betty say toy shouldn't do 10 stitches. You will wrap the canvas. So what do you do then? I thought needlepoint was 10 stitches or continental. I can't remember which is which. But I always do the one that's you kind of wrap around the stitches to make the back a little bit thicker. And Auntie's got a question. Auntie's asking, how do you end threads when you're stitching on linen or even weave? Full cross. I don't know. Do you end your threads? Do you need to end your thread differently with linen? I suppose it's to do with fabric count as well, isn't it? So chat, if you have your wisdom to share, please do. Suzanne says, I never done it, but it's just the shape of it. Oh, we're talking about is it Bargello? And Suzanne says there's also a quilt pattern called the same with the same shapes. So maybe just a style of the pattern of the artwork. And Nerdy says, when I'm stitching over two on linen, I love to do the pin finish. It really depends on the piece. I suppose if you stitch on linen, you're probably not doing full coverage, right? Meaning that the fabric is going to show through. So when you do a pin, where do you do the pin then? Because pin is normally you do it away from wherever you're stitching. But you don't want the stitches, the pin to show through, to show. Oh, Betty says needlepoint can use floss or yarn. I didn't know that. Because if I look up needlepoint, they always come up with those that use yarn. I didn't know that. Thank you, Betty. Sound Stitching says, I have my mum's and my grand's needlepoint hanging on my wall. Oh, so they stitch those that they frame later on. Yes. I wonder which one came first. Cross stitch, I suppose cross stitching probably comes first before needlepoint. I have no idea. But it's interesting, isn't it? Okay, I'm just checking my stitches here. Why is there, it just looks like one stitch is missing. Two. Lizzie says, I just leave a little tail at the back and wait for it to sew in. Yes, I think as long as it's not showing through the fabric, isn't it? It really depends on how delicate the linen is. So I think it's a different consideration when you stitch with linen. Maybe if it's, for instance, if it's like really white, and you carry threads that's kind of dark over on stitch area, it could show. So I think thread ending might have to be a lot more, you have to do it more carefully, and I think turning back the work is probably safer bet if you just tuck everything in. But if you want to manage from the front, I think personally I'll probably just do a tuck in, because tuck in you just bury the pin under the stitches already. But then I don't really have much experience with linen, so I don't know whether it could work well. Janine says, oh, regarding 10 stitch, needlepoint with floss. Janine says, I imagine if you use 6 strands of floss, it could work. I presume if you want sort of finer finish, because yarn is very chunky. If you want a finer kind of effect, I suppose you could. Because needlepoint for me is always slightly fluffy. Not fluffy, but quite, quite soft. Because it's almost like a knitted piece with yarn. But I didn't know you could do it with floss as well. Oh, that bit just doesn't want to go down. Hello. Nito, hello. Great to see you. And Auntie says, I've been using pin stitch to end on Ada, but it's hard to split the threads of higher count even weave linen to achieve the same result. Yes, and also, as I said, depends on where you do your pin, isn't it? Because you don't want to do it on somewhere that's going to show through. And also, yes, if you're doing more, working on more delicate linen, it's harder to do pin. I find it hard to do pin even on 28 count. So if you're doing even higher count fabric, then yeah, it can be very tricky. So Auntie, have you tried tuck in method that I normally do? You just do kind of a pin under a stitch that's already there. Okay, so I'm going to end my thread here. So this one's 3772. Going back. Let me take a sip of my coffee. Oh, Betty says the kit. Okay, it's a needlepoint kit and it's from Dimensions. Interesting. So I think if you do needlepoint with floss, and how many strands is it calling for, I wonder, Betty? I suppose if you do needlepoint with floss, it's probably more likely to be a decorative piece. You probably wouldn't turn it into a cushion cover or something like that. Suppose you could, because it's quite robust, isn't it? Needlepoint. Okay, let me pick this one over here. 3830. 3830. Oh, this one's so short. I'm gonna get a new strand. 3830. Sometimes I save up tiny piece and thinking that I don't want to waste it. But later on when I pick it up, I'm just wondering to myself, what are you doing? It's just tiny. Oh dear. I just have my computer audio feedback. 3830. 3A30. Nerdy says I create a pin stitch either under an existing stitch or somewhere. It will be stitch over later. Yes. I think you probably want to do a pin, if you want to do a pin away from, you know, wherever, you need to make sure that area is going to get covered with other stitches. It's a little bit trickier if you're doing non-full coverage, isn't it? And also people do pins differently. Even if I do pin on the project, I tend to do it, I pull up the thread from under and then I go down again and that's it. I just leave it. But I've seen people, for instance, if you look at Gemma Stitches, she does not only with single pin, she will go come up with a needle, go down, split in the middle, right? And then come up again from the same point and down again, if I remember correctly. And then, not only that, she will move away for a couple of stitches and then do it again. So she would do a double pin to keep it super, super secure. I don't know. I don't. For 14 counts, which is what she's stitching, and the method she's stitching, I actually don't think that's necessary. But then again, it's Gemma we're talking about. What do I know? Nothing. But you know, normally if I do a single pin up and down, and that's normally quite secure. I have not had problems, particularly on 14 counts. It's very, very secure. So I'm not a double pin person for sure. I'm too lazy. Betty says this kit calls for 8 strands on some area. 8 strands. So 6 strands per, you know, piece, isn't it, normally? So you have to add additional 2. Why don't I just use yarn? Wouldn't that be easier? I'm just thinking about it, the amount of floss that's required. Turn 1, 2, 2. Okay. Betty says, and I do basket weave when I can in needlepoint. Which one is that? Basket weave. I know with tent, you could go one way, just do a regular half stitches going this way, or you can wrap the stitches as you move forward. I tend to do the latter. Okay, 1, 2, here. Where am I? Okay, I got it. It's a little bit tricky when the stitches are so scattered around. I think this is why I need to keep my cross country a little bit short. Otherwise, reading into all the stitches, sometimes I just get overwhelmed. Hi, Lefty. And Vadu is here as well. Hello. Vadu, he says, I do double pin stitch on 25 counts too on my one and only project. Yes, I think it's a lot easier if you're doing full coverage. I presume that's what Vadu is doing. But if you're working on linen, I suspect, so Auntie, you can probably confirm this, it may be non-full coverage. Because if it's full coverage, the linen is kind of defeating the purpose because you can't see the fabric. So most of the time when people stitch on linen is for non-full coverage piece. So the fabric actually shows through. It's really pretty. And if you're doing non-full coverage, then you have to be very mindful on where you do your pin, don't you? And where you carry your thread as well, because it might show from underneath the fabric if you have a lot, threads carried over. Sound Stitching says, I just started using pin end yesterday. I love it. Game changer. Yes. I think pin can be really useful and relatively secure. I do it from time to time, but I tend not to do it all the way because, first of all, with full cross, tuck-in is my go-to method. But also, sometimes when you do a lot of pin, particularly on higher count fabric, let's say 25 or even 28, if you do a lot of pins, sometimes I find that the fabric starts to kind of distort a little bit because of the thread getting buried under the fabric. I mean, it's okay if you do it one or two scattered around, but if you do it depends on the stitching method. If all the pins are in the surrounding area very closely, the fabric could start to get either slightly bulky or start to feel like it's distorted. So I tend to do my tuck-in. Vadu, he says, you're so correct. Yogi, fabric is being distorted when I have too many pin stitches. Yes. And I think it's even worse if you're doing 2/1 tent, for instance, because pin is kind of an option if you do 10 stitches, right? But if you do 10 stitches, you tend to do 2 strand, and it means that there's double amount of fabric of threads being buried under. Michelle says, I started a long dog sampler last night and it was so much fun. I stayed up till 1:30 a.m. Wow, that's nice. Which piece is it? Because the other day we did a long dog appreciation with members hangout as well. And I didn't do the long dog, but Stitches have. I'm not going to wander too far. I'm going to keep it close so I don't get confused. Suzanne says, I'm having this problem with Thumbelina and Eclipse. Since they have so much confetti, I have to come up with other methods. Yes, when there's a lot of confetti, the ending methods become a lot more critical because, you know, you're ending your threads everywhere. And I think confetti can be a little bit of a nightmare if you do your what is it called? Waist ending, meaning that you pull your thread about 10 stitches away and then pull out to part there until they're stitched down. But when it's very confetti, you just end up with such a bulk underneath as well. I think waist ending is probably my least favorite thread ending method because it just creates so much fabric underneath. But some people like it, I think. If you're very disciplined in terms of, you know, where you dock your end bits, it's probably quite a it's more predictable way of doing it. You probably have to stitch block by block in some way, because you have to be quite consistent with where you end your threads. Maybe royal rolls and or block by block stitching for that to happen. So I think depending on what stitching method you're doing, it varies. You need to change it up in terms of how you end your thread. Okay, let me see if I can move up a couple of stitches here. Janine says, I actually looked at the long dog site last night. Tempted, but I just bought a bunch of cross stitch patterns and frames that I need to be good. Janine, that's not gonna last long. Okay, we all know that. You can hold it back for a day, maybe two, but on the third day, Janine. One, hang on. 1, 2, there, there. Three. Oh, Michelle is working on 36 count linen. Oh, another linen project. So, oh, 2/2. So we're talking about 18 count in terms of stitch size and using a single color. A23. I wonder which one that is. Is it dark? A23. Suzanne says waist ending works well for row by row tent. Yes, I think waist ending, in order for it to work, you have to have a very persistent kind of block by block or row by row way of stitching, because you have to part them in the same format each time. And you can't really do that meaningfully with cross country, for instance. That wouldn't work very well, because you need to be able to dot them on the same spot consistently. And Lynn, we have another Lynn. Lynn Koberger says, what are royal rolls? Oh, Suzanne will be able to explain it very well. It's a stitching method. It's pioneered by a lady whose surname is Royal. And the name is actually coined by Joyce, Stitchy Dutchy from our group. You guys all know. She was the buddy of the lady who came up with the method. And they were trying to find a name, I think. And Joyce, being as cunning as she is, she came up with Royal Rolls. So there you go, a piece of history for stitchers. Right, I'm going to move over there, kind of, or maybe fill it up a little bit before I go, because I don't want to leave so many loose stitches behind. Three zero 6064. 3064. Three zero six four. Janine says, I just spent almost $300 and don't want to hear it from Hobbies. I need to wait at least a month. At least a month. I love it. Not 6 months. Just a month. That's fair. Let's see if you can actually hold off for that long. Michelle says, and I found my 14 count project is the Campbell's soup can by Andy Warhol. Oh, that's interesting. Yes, it's a mini. We'll finish 5.1 by 6.7 centimeters. That sounds like a fun piece. Yes, has it got back stitching or just the crosses? That's interesting. The Andy Warhol's Campbell's soup piece. Am I even at the right point? Hang on, that's not correct. It's supposed to be here. And Janine says, I'm going to work on my bunny piece next week. Full of streams. 16 count, but close enough. Yes, I said 16 count. Yes, we can have that for 14 count. week. Yes. I think 16 counts, it feels very much like 14, because I do have one piece that's 16 counts, which is my Halloween project. But if I didn't know, if you told me that was 14, I would have said, yeah. See you later, Suzanne, 99. And before Suzanne's departure, she kindly said, check out Royal Stitches. She has a whole series on how to explain how she does it. Indeed, yes. There are quite a few Royal Stitches, if I can call them that. So you should be able to find a lot of information if you're interested. Essentially, it's a kind of not block by block, every 2 blocks at a time kind of stitching. It's not that different, I don't think, than the regular block by block. They just doing it slightly differently and part a certain way. They do a lot of waist ending as part of the method. But a lot of Royal Roll stitches, they don't do waist ending, I don't think. It's kind of an option. And sweet dreams, Suzanne. Hi, Natty. Hello. Nido says, I got my 28 count in the mail today, and now I need to hold off on doing my new start. Why is that? If you got the fabric. What do you mean after you start your 28 count? Yes, I love 28 count stitching as well. It feels very different, at least for my fabric. The DMC fabric 28 counts feels so much lighter than 25, even though in terms of the stitch size it's not drastically different. You know, if you can comfortably do 25, you should be fine with 28. But the fabric's so light to stitch, it feels very different in terms of stitching experience. And I love it as well. But this year, for some reason, I'm just really into 25 counts. So I'm doing more 25 counts, but I love 28 as well. All right, 3064. Oh, there is already one already. 3064. Hi, Rochelle. Rochelle says, hi, Stitchy friends. Hope you're all having a wonderful Tuesday. Finally finished my work and able to relax and enjoy yogi time. Welcome, Rochelle. Great to see you. I know it's wonderful, isn't it? Finish the work and now you can put your feet up or down and stitch. Michelle says the words on the soup can are backstitched. Yes, I can kind of visualize that. I can visualize that. It's very interesting. All right. Actually, there are 2 more stitches. Why don't I do it? 3064. 3064, just 2 more here in the area. 1, 2, 3. it is a little bit tricky because all the colors in this area, they're all shades of brown. So not only you need to focus on the formation of the stitches, but also the colors are not really helping for you to identify your locations. You know, normally if you have an area that's got higher color contrast, you can look at the location of stitches, but also you have the colors as references as well, but not in this area. It's all brown, all shades of brown. So I have to be a little bit more mindful. Very nice. Two more here, literally. 3064, going back. And I'm switching to 3858. 3858. Nido says, I'm trying to stay disciplined. I have a lot of schoolwork to do by April, so I need to focus. Oh, I know, that's the worst. When you have something else that you need to do, but your mind is even more tempted by stitching. I get that a lot. If I have some sort of, you know, things I have to work to do for other purposes, my mind just go, oh, I wish I could get this bit done so I can get some sort of stitching. And at one point it got so bad. Let me just find a color first. I have a I have a strategy because my mind tends to be I don't know, it's probably different from everybody. I can focus, okay? I'm able to focus, but my mind tends to want to focus on 5 things at a time. I don't know whether that makes sense because it's not so much my mind is so scattered I can't do anything. I can focus on things, but I have the tendency to want to focus on 5 things at a time. Let me tease this bit out. 3585. I don't know if any one of you, your mind is kind of working that way. Because normally when you talk about not being able to focus, you think about not being able to get things done. I can get things done, but I just trying to get 5 things done at one time, like not linearly. So I rarely do one thing, finish it, and then do another thing, and then finish it. If I have 5 things to do in a day, I tend to want to start all of them at the same time and then finish them in no particular order. I don't know whether that makes sense because in the beginning I was kind of thinking I categorize myself as someone who cannot focus, and I realized I was wrong. I can focus, and when I focus I can focus really well, but I need to focus on 5 things at one time in order to focus on everything. Does that make sense? So at one point, I actually, because I have to place tricks with my mind. If my mind feels trapped, it's game over. I can't do anything. But oh, hang on. Why is it like this? 1, is a 1 stitch missing. 2, okay, I'm good. So I realize my mind works best when I have things to focus on, but also a level of distraction as well. Because some of you might be wondering how I'm able to stitch with you for so long and just stay here. It's because of the chat. So I have a level of distraction with the chat. If I was stitching on myself and try to focus on just stitching, I probably wouldn't last for half an hour, maybe 1 hour tops. But when I'm stitching with you, I have a very healthy level of distraction that I can look up and my mind drifts away for a little bit. So when I come back to stitch, I can focus again. That's how my mind works. So my mind works best not by focusing on one thing at a time, but focusing on 5 things at a time. So sometimes I will literally, because I have to design my sequences for my classes every day, and I plan ahead, probably maximum a day before. So, it's kind of fresh. And even though I enjoy the process, I find it very hard to just do that. So sometimes I'll have my hoop, here ready for me, and I'll look at the screen and I'll do some sequence design. And when my mind is about to get distracted, I would turn to my hoop and do a few stitches, 10 stitches or whatever, and then go back. And I do that with other tasks as well. So I don't know, does anybody's mind work that way? So it's not so much I can't focus, because I always get things done. I can. But I just need to not have to do one thing at a time. And it took me a while to figure that out, because for a while I was trying to force myself to do it, and thinking that, it's somehow something wrong with it if I can't focus on one thing. But now I know that I just need to be able to allow myself to juggle things. I think that's the word. And then I get everything done. Elsie says, try 28 count for stitching shelf and couldn't do it. Stitches too small for 1-to-1. 10 might be doable. Yes, you can try 10 as well, but you're still dealing with the same stitch count though. Hey Laura, great to see you. And Laura waving with 2 hands. Yes, I think 10, I do have a piece that I started a while ago. That's 2 strand, 10, 28 as well. It's quite fun to do as well. But as long as you're okay with the stitch count, with the stitch size. But if not, to be honest, why, rather than trying to fight through it, you can leave it for a little bit, maybe work on the project or restart the project on different counts that you feel happy with. But leave the fabric there, because at some point you might be ready to go back and do some more of 28 counts. Who knows? So it's not so much, it's just, it's game over. It's just maybe not for now. Janine says that's called great multitasking. Yes, it's not even I'm trying to multitask. It's like my mind has to work that way in order to stay still, because my mind will start to get fidgety, and if I have to do just one thing, it's just like, no. My brain just doesn't want to do that. And that's when I run into trouble. But if I allow my mind to wander, have the freedom to wander and not to kind of feel bad about it, then it seems to work a lot better. Maybe my mind is claustrophobic as well. You know what I mean? It's like some sort of mental claustrophobia, not just for the physical space, but mental space as well. Because by focusing on one thing, literally, you are telling your brain to go, you can only do this thing, this one particular thing. You have to stay here until it's done. And my mind starts to feel trapped, and I just want to escape. Maybe that's why. Sarah says, I always focus on one thing at a time, and my routines are always done in the same order, one step at a time. It probably just shows how different we are as human beings, isn't it? Sarah is one single-minded person, one at a time, linear, and routine as well. I'm not routine at all. Maybe that's why it works so well for me being a yoga teacher, because there's no typical day. Well, on some level, yes. If I zoom out my timetable weekly, I can see some patterns there, right? But day to day, no. Day to day, I wake up and go to bed at different times. I do things at different times, and because the timetable is not a conventional 9 to 5. So I have a lot of freedom in terms of, how I wanted to work. I have some freedom on when I want to have my classes, which time slot I want to teach, which ones I don't. It's very different from the days when I work in the office. I think I did okay, but suffering at the same time because of, I wake up every morning and feeling the dread of going through the routine of getting ready and then commute, which I hated. Even though I love my job, when I get to work, I enjoy what I did. But that daily grind of routine, it was killing me. So I had to endure that in order to sustain a career. So 3A, 5A. And I think a lot of you probably felt the same. You kind of see that as a necessary part of holding a job. 3A, 5A, done. It's filling up a little bit more, isn't it? I know it's just very small part of the squirrel, but I'm happy. I can see the shades of, different color variations, different browns, a lot of browns with this one. Next one, 435, 435. It's interesting that it's asking me to stitch this way. Because I was trying to do color flow for this part. It was just fighting back. It was just going, no, I don't want it. Janine says, sounds like you are like me. I can get bored easily if my mind is not busy. Yeah, yes. Yes, I have to occupy myself with something most of the time. If I'm stitching, I have to watch something or listen to something. Even at work, when I used to work in office, I was always listen to something because I feel like it's almost like if I don't do that, first of all, my mind will probably just go numb. But also, I feel like I'm wasting my time because when I was working as a designer, I used my visual, but my audio was free. My hearing was free, and I feel like I have to fill in with something that's useful. So I listened to a lot of podcasts, a lot of things that I was interested, and so I had that element. I'm kind of, receiving information on top of what I was doing. Hi, Robert. Great to see you. Welcome. Or welcome back. And Guy Lane as well. Great to see you. Happy stitching to you as well. And Elsie says samplers, etc. I'm stitching on 40 and 46. What do you teach, Yogi? I'm a yoga teacher, so I teach yoga. So I practice yoga and I teach yoga. 1, 2, 3. And then 2 stitches over here. I remember for a while, that was probably 3 years ago, I was really into the idea of stitching linen. And I was getting too ambitious. I joined a fabric club, a UK-based fabric club. And even though they did slightly lower count fabric as well, but I was so into the idea of stitching tiny stitches on linen. So I wasn't doing full coverage, necessarily. I was just doing samplers. But I just love the idea of doing stitching on linen fabric. And then I realized that I just wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. I was relatively new, not new, but I was relatively new with full coverage. And even though I was stitching 25 counts, but to stitch, I think I got fabric up to like 46 counts. I might even have one piece. I still have it, like 50 something count. And I wasn't planning to do 1/1, of course, but even with 1/2 with 56 counts, how does that work out? 28? But it's very different stitching 25 counts, size stitches on linen versus even weave, because there's so much more going on there. And yeah, so I didn't have a great time, so I decided to park it. I still have the fabric, but I just wasn't ready. I don't know when I will be ready, but so linen is definitely something that, I would like to try in the future. 435. Samantha, it's been a little while. It feels like I haven't seen you for days. Samantha is saying hello from work club today. Samantha, have you been buried at work? Not literally buried, but great to see you. Thank you for saying hello. And I hope you get to stitch still, even when you're very busy working. "21. Oh, that's rare. 21. I mean, the first 35 numbers, they don't make appearance that frequently with Heaven and Earth design. But this one's 21. I need to find it first. There you go, 2 stitches. And that's it. So 21, going back. And there's 3 little ninja stitches. I might as well do them. I know. Because sometimes you want to escape from them, but they're kind of just sitting there staring at me at all time. I might as well just do it. 780. It's about embracing the ninja. Samantha says, I haven't been able to get any stitching since Sunday. Oh dear. Is it just work, being busy? Since Sunday, that's a couple of days. Literally just one stitch. Oops, lost that bit. Sometimes one stitch, it takes 3 times more time and effort to do for some reason, because you have to set up the stitch and then end the stitch at the same time. And I think there are 2 more stitches in the surrounding area. I'm going to do it as well. And Robert says, can you tell me about parking your stitches? I have heard about it before. I do not understand why people park. Oh, parking. Right, Robert. Yes, the concept of parking is basically, normally if you do mini cross country of any kind, you end your thread, don't you? But instead of that, you park the thread, you pull the thread out ready there for you until at the next spot, wherever the next spot is. And that the idea is, instead of starting and end your threads, you park as you go. So you leave your threads there at the next location you're going to stitch that color. And I think an advantage, guys, what do you think? The advantage of parking, I think, is that, first of all, it's fun. For me, it's fun. And also, it's a great way to deal with, I think, confetti as well. It's more manageable, isn't it? If you have a lot of color changes. I don't know, for confetti areas, I'm really split about this, because I find, for instance, when I was doing color flow, there's a lot of color changes. So color flow is a parking method as well, pioneered by Gemma Stitches. But I found it really a really nice way to deal with confetti area. But at the same time, it doesn't change the fact that there are a lot of color changes. You just have to thread on thread a lot. But it's relaxing for some reason. But fundamentally, it is, you're stitching in a way that you leave the thread and park at the next spot where the color is going to occur. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me just grid this one as well. The 5 by 5 gridding. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And parking method was the first stitching method I learned when I discovered full coverage, because I was having a terrible time trying to stitch full coverage in a way that I knew of, which was basically just kind of slightly randomly, but it didn't work, because full coverage also comes with a lot of times confetti as well. And so my regular ways of stitching, before that was something like a Maggie Messmaker, the dimension kits, which has very low number of color changes. So I learned parking in order to stitch full coverage. And also, Robert, I do have a block by block parking tutorial under the video section as well. And also Gemma's method. Gemma's method is a little bit more niche, for stitches, but I do have a walkthrough on that method as well, if you're interested. But there are different ways to park. Some people park row by row, block by block, or royal rows, you park a lot of times 2 blocks at a time. Samantha says, my daughter had a figure ice skating shows the past week and work, of course. Oh, yes, I remember. You mentioned the ice skating, and I bet the daughter has done really, really well. Yes, that can take up a lot of effort as a proud mom with a daughter ice skating. Wonderful. I love to be able to do ice skating. I can ice skate, but I can move forward and back a little bit. That's it. Do not ask for anything else. I can stop by do a half spin, I don't know if you've been ice skating. Well, there are 2 ways you can stop. You can hit the wall, okay, or hit another person. You can stop that way. Not elegant. Or you can do a kind of a twist, you spin back half circle and you stop. I can do that. 3776. And I can skate backwards for about 3 seconds, and then I start to lose my balance. 3776. Nito says, I've been trying to transition from kind of diagonal to color flow, but it just doesn't want to work with me. Interesting. So diagonal, I'm trying to think. If you do diagonal, do you do mini cross-country, flow the stitches out? Yes, color flow is all about not having floating stitches, like these ones. So you have to, but you can go wherever on the edges. So it becomes a game that you play in order to create the situation you're able to stitch more stitches at a time, you know what I mean, rather than starting and stop. So you have to have some sort of mental strategy and planning to it. And that's the fun part of it. For some stitches, if you're new to it, or maybe some stitches just, this is just not for you, because it's, you do have to kind of, think about it. But 3776. 3776. But it's definitely one of my favorite ways of stitching. But it's nice to change it up. If you're doing one thing, doesn't matter how much you like it, for a long time you're going to get bored, or I would. 3776. Going back. Marsha, hello. Good morning, darling. And Marsha says, it's a beautiful day here in Aussie. I'm busy moving my dad into aged care today, but we'll listen to you over bacon and eggs before I go. Oh, bless. Yes, I hope dad is going to move into a somewhere that he can get, constant care as well. but I'm sure it's probably, you know, quite challenging for the family to have a family member not being with them all the time. But yes, Marsha is in Australia, so it's morning of the next day. I think it's Wednesday already. And Marsha always join in or listen to us during breakfast, isn't it? Wonderful. So everybody is from different time zone, doing different things. 3328. 3328. So Stitching says, I did my 5K charity walk on Sunday. Well done, Sound Stitching. And she says, I did 5 minutes faster than the last 5K I did. And I signed up for another one in April. Fantastic. And remind us what charity you're walking for. It's wonderful. And yes, you know, 5K, you don't have to run necessarily. You can walk the way through. It counts. Absolutely counts. A lot of people walk through the entire marathon. They still get a medal. Because that is the distance that counts. How you get there, it's up to you. As long as you're not taking buses, okay? I saw a few videos. It was quite hilarious of people who cheat at marathons. So, because normally nowadays, if you go for a race, they give you a tag that on your shoelace a lot of times, and that would track you as you go through different sort of points, the milestones. So just to prove that you actually run a whole lot. And those people, there are people actually hop on public transportation, on buses or bicycles, and get to the end, and forgot to check in through each checkpoint. But the thing is, even if you did that, the system will know it's not authentic, because there's no way you can run a certain distance in a very short distance period of time. So either way, they probably know you're cheating. But I have seen some cheating videos. They're so funny. 3328. You know, you rather just walk. It doesn't matter. It's the process that counts. Oh, Clara, chocolate time. Yes, indeed. Oh, we nearly missed it, haven't we? Thank you, Clara. Yes, Clara is keeping track of our stream here. Let's have a look. Yes, let's have a chocolate time. I was just about to grab another color. I was wondering why there's something missing there. Normally, I just get sidetracked with talking as usual. So here we go. Let me just show you what's happening here. And you know, I just found this needle minder as I came across my Needlepoint project, and I realized this one was attached on one of the projects, and I went, yay, because I love this one, and I forgot, like, I have this one. This is a little cat. Can you see that? It's so cute. And it's been sitting on my Needlepoint project for ages. So I found it. Hurrah. So I've got a little fox here as well. I mean, yes, chocolate time. Oh, today, you know, last stream, we had the Happy Hippie, didn't we? And how about today? Black Forest. Black Forest time. I think that's a great plan. Black Forest time. I have not opened it. Chocolate time, guys. If you're new to the stream, okay, this is part of what we do. We snack, we power snack, we power stitch, and it's all part of the discipline. It's part of training, okay? You need to snack properly in order to stitch properly. And for the last session, from the beginning of the stream, I probably burned at least 10 calories. So I need to replenish the calories, okay? So let me cut this one. So this is Black Forest from Montezuma's. Oh, the daily free adverts I give them. Seriously, you know, get in touch, sponsor Yogi with your chocolate. And free adverts every day. So here we go. Hi, Aya. Hi, Aya Uru Mishu. Sorry, I'm so sorry. We're starting on the wrong foot, aren't we? I just butcher Aya's name completely. Good morning from Japan. Indeed, Aya. Welcome. I think we met Aya before, haven't we? And Sarah Stitching says they raise money for the local parks here. Very nice. It's always good to for a charity run. So here, let me just open this up. Okay, the different ways of opening this one. There's no elegant way. I'm going to just tear it open. Let me do this. I want to show you the chocolate. Unboxing Black Forest chocolate. Yay! There you go. I wish this was just tin foil, because tin foil you can just open up really easily. But this is more like a paper waxy thingy with a foil lining. But there you go. Here's my chocolate, Black Forest. I really love it. And Susan, have you still got your Black Forest? Are we having a Black Forest chocolate bingo, spooky bingo here? So let me show you. There, that's a proper chocolate snap. Cheers, guys. Black Forest. Already. Yum. Oh, Nido says, is that Dolly yowling? No, that's Lily, okay? I'm gonna have to whisper. That's Lily. That's a cat. He's a boy, actually. So Lily's been trying to be my cat for over many years now. And this time, he's so determined. He just keeps coming back every day just to check if I have changed my mind. And I can't have Lily, even though Lily is lovely. But he's very aggressive. He's very aggressive to other cats and to Dolly as well. And Dolly's terrified of Lily. So it's very... it's not really possible to take Lily in because Dolly's gonna suffer. And so I've been trying to pretend that I'm not here when Lily is trying to come in. And he's just been very persistent. So that was Lily. He's very, very vocal. He's very, very vocal. Auntie says Dolly singing the song of her people. Dolly can be vocal, but she will have this really pitiful meow and just go meow, and you just rush over and do everything for her. So she rarely just make noises like Lily. I have never heard that from Dolly. Yeah, Samantha recognizes Dolly's noise sound. Lily's so vocal. He would go like, you know, my neighbor even came to complain to me because they thought it was my cat. And I go, well, I don't really have control over, you know, Lily's behavior because she's a stray cat. And even if she was my cat, I mean, how do you control, you know, how frequently cat meows? Cynthia, hello. Have we got Cynthia here? Just in time for chocolate. Yes, indeed, Cynthia. Lynn, where are you? Lynn has been sending daily good wishes and from the chat as well every day. Cynthia, I hope you're much better now. And now you can do handstand and run half marathon. Okay, ready for next weekend. Cynthia, great to see you. And Aya says, yesterday I finished my first full coverage cross-stitch project in 18 count from Let's Stitch. Seriously, Aya? Aya, are you on our Facebook group? Because if you are, please post your finish and we'll celebrate it for you. So round of applause for Aya, the first full coverage cross-stitch project. 18 count from Let's Stitch. Yes, I only learned of this company, just a couple of streams ago, it was mentioned. I think they do they do stamp kit or do they do patterns? I can't remember. But well done, well done. That's an accomplishment. Cherry Bomb says, speaking of marathons, the 1904 Olympic marathons winner, quote unquote, rode 11 miles in the truck. He was found out. The real winner won using what is it? Stride chin, stride chinning. What is that? The real winner. Wow. It's funny, isn't it? Because I think 1904, it was probably easier to cheat because nowadays everything's tagged. You've got a sort of, tagging device on your shoes, and also there are more eyes watching, stitches. If you suddenly just come off, run into the track from outside the track, and people are going to notice. But yeah, back in those days, it was probably, we don't know how many cheaters. They were actually not the winners. That's hilarious. In the truck as well. Seriously. Let me take another piece of my chocolate. It's so delicious. I'm not ready to stitch yet. I want one more piece. Cheers, everyone, and cheers, Cynthia. For you. Good health. Oh, Susan's Black Forest is all gone. Susan, I'm eating for you, okay? I'm eating for two. I'm actually eating for Susan as well. I'm eating chocolate for two. Oh, yes. Aya says we talked about Clover. Yes, indeed. The Japanese brand, great brand, scissors and pen last time, indeed. And we talked about Let's Stitch as well, I bet. Yes, round of applause for Aya and Cynthia, the victorious return. Right, let me have a sip of my coffee to celebrate. Lovely. Power snacking, power stitching. That's what we do. So Nita says no, Lily, why? But the good thing is, I check on, Lily from time to time from the, from just make sure that he doesn't see me. But I do check, see if he has, lost some weight or anything like that. He's looking really well. I think Lily has got a way to, get people to give him food. Because I remember when I first saw Lily a few years ago, he was quite young still, maybe just out of the kittenhood. And he was slimmer then as a smaller cat. And then throughout COVID, I think I first saw him just before COVID. And throughout COVID, because, I had the same problem at that time. I was thinking about taking him in, but it just didn't work out. He was so aggressive. And so I had to, let go of the idea of adopting him. But I kind of, observed him from time to time, just making sure he was okay, no injuries and stuff like that. And he was always well fed. And after COVID, post-COVID, he came back really, really butch, big boned. He's a black cat through and through. And really, really sweet with me, but very aggressive for all cats. I think he should go to a house that's no other cat, just one cat. Then he would be, he would do really, really well there. But with households with other cats already, it's going to be a problem. But he's always really well fed, and I've been watching him, recently as well, just making sure he's okay. He's very well fed, so please don't worry. I think he just wants, to hang out here. He just wants to be my cat for some reason, but it's just not able. I can't make it happen right now, so. Okay, 3371, but he's doing really well. He's doing really well. 3371. I think he just goes around different houses and just meow until he gets food, something like that. 3371. Three 71 is a brown. I'm gonna have one more piece of chocolate. This is for you, Susan. Eating for two, okay? Hi, needles. We have two needles here. One needle, a lot of therapy, and another needles keep me busy. Welcome. I'm back from holidays. Well, where did you go, Needle? No, I have to be able to tell these two apart. So I need to come up with a system. You two can decide in between yourselves. Is a needle one a needle two? Because it's quite long to say needles keep me busy. Or busy needle. So. Laura says he can probably smell the prawns. Laura, you're not wrong, because tonight, when I was giving Dolly some fresh prawns I bought yesterday, and yes, instantly I could hear Lily just meowing outside and go, "Let me in! Open the door, or I'm going to break it." Yes, he was probably after prawns. And he's so strong. There are times I'm worried he's going to break the cat flap. Oh, really delicious Black Forest. If you can find Montezuma where you are, if you're in the UK, try Black Forest. It feels like a dessert, because the other flavors, they were really delicious as well. But this one, it's almost like we're eating dessert. Nito says we must fight for the dominance. Exactly. Who's number one? Who's number two? It's a battle. Oh, Sound Stitching. Sound Stitching has joined the Yogi Squad, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to the membership. And Sound Stitching, you probably know already, we have members hangout almost every week. And we get to stitch together on Saturdays. And this Saturday, it's going to be double stream again, and so it's going to be a side quest members hangout, and you can bring whatever project you want to do, but I'm going to be showing you my needlepoint projects. I'm going to do a little bit of needlepoint. I have not done it for ages, so I'm kind of looking forward to it. So I've got 3 main projects that I've got, and they're all really beautiful actually, but for some reason I just spend most of my time cross stitching. But it'll be nice to work on it, because they can be turned into really nice cushion covers when they're done. All right, 3371. 3371. Three, 371. I like the fact that I actually taken care of all the loose stitches as I move forward. I know it takes a little bit more work, but I feel better this way. So when I move forward, I don't have to constantly think about, oh, I have to come back and fill in all the tiny stitches. So I am going to move over here a little bit, because this one is calling me. 918. 918. Janine says, welcome sounds to a little craziness indeed. And with your support, you know, I'm able to keep our live streams ad-free. There's no ads. You probably noticed nothing is monetized while we're streaming. And for your best experience, because, you know, it's probably quite annoying to have ads coming up if you're in a live stream. So really appreciate your support. Okay. And I'm looking at the tail of the squirrel here. It doesn't look too bad. You know, the tree section so far has been very confetti. I mean, this bit is slightly brutal. The tree, you can see the color variation. And I was slightly worried about the squirrels as well, because it's all shades of brown. But I'm just looking at the pattern here. It doesn't look too bad. It doesn't look too bad. So fingers crossed. Let me move it down here. One, two, three. Is it this one? I wonder. Why does it look like that? 1, 2, 3. And then this one. Jeannie says, I really appreciate that because I'm not a YouTube premium member. Yes. I think there are more and more people subscribing to the premium, but not everybody, is it? So. And I think if you're watching a replay, for instance, the replays with ads is probably not that bad because you're not real time, and you can start and stop, you can skip. And I think YouTube is kind of, relatively generous with their ads because it's 4 seconds and you can skip most of them. But still, if you have that during real live stream, it pauses everything and it's annoying, isn't it? Whereas replay is less of a problem because you're not really watching real time, so it doesn't matter. You can just skip, the ads as you move forward. Lizzie says that squirrel tail is amazing. It's looking good already, isn't it? Can you see that? Because up to this point, it was just kind of, brown patch. But now you can start to see the color changes here. And it's turned into something. A squirrel, clearly. And there's one more here. One, two. Jeannie says, now on my phone anyway, the ads can be skipped, but then the box comes up to dismiss again. That may be enough to make me buy it. Yes, it really depends on how frequently you watch YouTube. I watch YouTube enough. It's justified for me to have premium. So I do have premium for my own account because I just watch it so much. But, for people who maybe just watch from time to time, or if they have a lot of paid services they pay for already, like Netflix and stuff. Lynn says, Yogi, you can really see the squirrel tail, all the browns, which had red squirrels. Yes, I have seen those squirrels that's got like pointy ears, not ears, but hair behind the ears. They're so cute. They look like little Pokemons. Do you know the ones I'm talking about? I don't know what they're called. Are they red squirrels? They're so cute. I mean, I love my gray squirrels, okay? My London squirrels. But, the videos of these really, they don't look real. And I think they probably live in sort of forest or something. They're not urban squirrels. Laura says, it looks like you're stitching the back of the cat from Winter Reading Nook. Oh, yes, a little bit. Yes, the ginger cat. So this is slightly darker than the ginger cat. Yes, I can see the similarity there. And the magical thing is, stitches like this, if you just keep stitching, looking really zoomed in, and then you zoom out a little bit, suddenly, you see something else. You can actually see the squirrel taking shape. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And needle keeps me busy, or needle number 2, number 1. I think needle keeps me busy join first. So you're the number 1 at this point, okay? And the other needle, you have to fight your spot. She says, is that why not mark there? Yes. Oh, someone is watching me stitching at least. not just chatting. Yes, needle is paying attention there. Yes, there is one stitch I think I may have not marked. That is there. I think it's somewhere here. I saw it. That one, right? You're talking about that one. Yes, I saw that as well. And I will mark it. I will mark it. Oh, yes, nothing escapes the chat. Let me just finish this color and I'll mark that stitch. I didn't notice that when I was stitching because I was being a bit confused. I thought it didn't match. Cynthia says, good to see you all having fun. I hope to be back stitching with you very soon. Please thank Lynn for me. Lynn is here. You can thank Lynn yourself. And I have a very long row ahead of me, but I shall get there one day at a time. Yes, blessing. And Cynthia, just let us know, are you able to stitch at all, or at the moment, you're still waiting for the body to heal? It would be nice if you can start some gentle stitching, maybe some stamp kit and stuff like that. It would be nice. But either way, we're really happy that you're doing well. And we're here for you anytime. Just pop up and say hello. Okay, I'm going to just do these 2 stitches and I'm going to mark that Y symbol before I forget, because I will. Okay, so now I'm going to mark it. How's that? Better, isn't it? Now it's matching now. Very good. All right. Let me have a sip of my coffee here. It's really, I'm feeling so good stitching this piece. It's beautiful. It's definitely the right project for me today. Because as I said earlier on, that I actually wasn't planning to stitch this one. I actually had another one lined up. And today I just had a look and go, nah, this one is the right one for me today. All right then, let me switch over to fill in a little bit of this area there. I can start from the background. Let me see. Okay then, 939, 939. 939, it's very dark. Cynthia says I still in flat on my back with my leg in a leg lift. Oh, I tried stitching, but I just would not work very, very soon. Though I hope. Yes, if you're lying on your back, it's going to be harder to hold, the hoop and to look things upside down as well. Yeah, so be patient and, it will take some time. The body's amazing. The best thing the body knows what to do is healing. That's the body's natural, the primal drive of the body is to heal. So it will heal. So give it time and be patient. And yes, Lynn says, Cynthia, good to hear from you. Hope you come back soon. Just take your time one day at a time. Take care. Yes, Lynn has been the person that's reminding the chat every day on Cynthia. And take care, Cynthia. We'll see you soon and have a lovely rest. Let me have a look. 1, 2. Okay, there's a mini fudging situation here. 1, 2. Oh no, this bit I have done. No. Have I? Hang on. This is monologue going on here. Okay. Right, all right. There are 4 stitches here. 4 stitches. Lynn says, Yogi, I think I'm strange. I stitch better with one eye than 2. What? Lynn, are you stitching with one eye? Why not 2? If you have 2 eyes, use them. It's interesting when obviously if you for any reason if someone only have eyesight from one eye, you can see things, but apparently you need 2 eyes to create depths for for objects. So even though with one eye one can still see things, all objects, but you lose the depths of things. You can try it if you try to look at things with one eye, if you close one and look at things and try to gauge distance between objects. You'll probably find it harder to do. And I think with 2 eyes, it adds the kind of perspective, sort of spatial sort of element to things. Otherwise, things go slightly flat. And it makes me wonder if you guys know David Bowie, right? He's got his 2 eyes are different colors, and it looks pretty cool. But I'm not sure he's blind on one eye or maybe really weak in terms of what he could see. So he had some eye injuries through, I think, through a fight or something. I can't remember. So one of his eyes just turned into a different color. I think he's naturally has got blue eyes, but one of the eyes turned into, I think, greenish color because of injury, which makes it very cool looking. But I think he can only see meaningfully with one eye. Maybe I can try to close one of my eyes while I'm stitching here to see if I'm stitching better. Oh, Lim, maybe that's the secret. Maybe that's the secret of, Komari. Maybe she is stitching with one eye. What do you think, Lynn? What do you think about my theory? She's probably secretly closing one eye when she's stitching, and that's why she's so fast. I just try to close one of my eyes as I'm stitching. I don't think it's gonna work out, Lynn. Okay, on a row here. The 5x5 gridding is really, really helpful because normally I would start to doubt if I've got the right spot, but instantly if I reference the cross in the middle, I know where I am. And 1, 2. So this bit is relatively confetti friendly. Lovely. Lynn, do you think it's Komari speed? Well, with single color, you know, I can probably get Komari speed. But the thing is, Lynn, if you watch Komari, like real-time stitching, right? When she's streaming, and the speed that she insert a needle and come up to the other side, I don't think is that different from mine. I think her speed comes from all the things that we have to do in between. Because to do lacrosse, as I'm doing here, I'm doing, put my needle up and down and then come up the other side, and do the second leg. I think in terms of doing lacrosse, my theory with Komari speed, this is not where she's actually sort of fast over other stitches, because one leg is one leg. You come up, you can do as fast as you want, but that's a limited amount of sort of fastness, if you know what I mean. But I think what makes her fast is all the things she does in between. For instance, when she does one stitch, to move to the next location. I mean, what I'm stitching here, obviously, is just a single row of all the same color, so it's kind of fast. But if I need to move away to identify my next spot and the next spot and the next spot. That's when she excels. If you watch the speed, she's able to read the chart quickly and identify where to stitch next. She's super fast. Because for me, I'll have to slow down, maybe count a little bit, and just find out where I am. She's very good, very fast in terms of just know where to go. She can talk at the same time and look at her app and then stitch. I think she's just very good at managing all the surrounding things we have to do. And also the starting and ending method as well. That speeds up things. But the actual speed of doing lacrosse, I think is about the same as any other stitcher. Janine says, yeah, way more than 44 stitches. Janine, do you think I've broken 44 stitches? I thought my personal best was 60. Where's that 44 stitches come from? And Lynn says, Yogi, we lift our hands, Komari does not. That's true. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. All the surrounding things. For instance, our threads are a little bit longer, maybe more the threads are, and also starting as, and ending threads. That's one thing. And also, identify where to go next. All these things take time. And she's just very efficient managing these things. And so, instead of having to stop and find the next spot, she just kept going. I think that's, we probably need to come up with some sort of, complete report and analysis of her, of her method. Why is Komari fast? Can we come up with a conclusive, theory on this? 779. Because very often I just watch her stitch, and in terms of, as I said, the speed of inserting the needle, come up, first leg, and then second leg. She's not doing anything different from any of us. Is all the other bits that count. 779. Janine says, I have figured out a way for me to be faster and more comfortable. Not sure if anyone else does what I do. What do you do, Janine? Are you doing a Kumari starting and ending method? Betty says, I can't handle how short her threads are. Yes, me either. I like my threads, with single strand, it's about half of the, it's slightly shorter than my double strand. If I do 14 counts, I like my threads quite long. But I don't like my threads super short because it gets annoying. You get to the end of the threads and it's much harder to stitch. Yes, it's very unique. Kristen says, I watch live with Kamari, I think, daily, and my answer is just that she's fast. Yes, it's fast, but I'm trying to break it down in terms of what makes her so fast, rather than just charging through, one stitch at a time, doing really fast. But if you think about how she does, sometimes she would pause a little bit to chat or whatever. She would pull up her thread and insert the needles. Sometimes I watch her. She's doing exactly the same thing as I'm doing. She's not sort of speed stitching in terms of just pulling up really fast, really, and going down really fast. She's doing kind of roughly the same speed as I am, but I think she's just very efficient with everything else. Like for now, I have to, cut off like end tail or whatever. She doesn't. She just leave it there. Jenny says, so I don't pull more than maybe 5 inches with my left arm so my shoulder doesn't get sore. I pull up the thread from the bottom, grab with my right hand, pull it about 2 inches and push down. Does that mean, Janine, you are doing, so when you pull a thread up, you don't pull it all the way up? Is that what you're saying? So you just pull up a little bit, just enough that you can go down, and then bring it up again for the second leg without pulling all the way through. If that's the case, I think that's what Stitching Masterpieces does as well. I think she has a video saying, teaching kind of how to stitch faster, more efficiently, so to speak. And I tried it. I couldn't do it because I enjoy putting my thread all the way up. I just love that feedback. And if I don't do that, I think it's just going to tangle. Everything's going to tangle. Lynn says, I watch, I think it's Komari, with a floss. She cut the loops and used the thread between the loops. Not much thread. She cuts her thread, her floss pretty short. Yes. I think when she came on the chat the other day, she kind of explained that. But it's not for everybody because I wouldn't like my thread to be too short. I just find it annoying. I don't enjoy it. And also she travels very short distance. She doesn't go far. Maybe she's using the length of a thread to keep herself within one place. Because if you have your threads there, the temptation is just keep going. And she never travels very far. Okay, I'm going to stop here as well. Okay, 779. Oh, I've already got one thread here. That's a mystery. So I've got two. 779. So, okay, so Janine, by not pulling the thread all the way up, essentially you're creating very similar effect of what Komari is doing, right? So your arms don't have to go very far, and but without cutting your thread super short. I think that's my understanding. Nido says it seems to be that she has the chart memorized or photographic memory. Do you think, Nido? And Nido says, I do agree. The length of her threads keep her in a smaller area and not to travel very much. Yes, I think she cut the thread short for two reasons. I think one is that, if you look at her wrist, if you look at her video, her wrist, let me zoom out a little bit just so you can see. If you watch her stitch, she would stay in one area and her wrist will go pretty much. Her wrist will be kind of rested on the hoop, whereas my arm would travel up and down, wherever. And my right arm is underneath, but if I pull my thread, I pull my thread all the way through. Left arm also, flow away really fast, really far away. She doesn't do that. She pretty much just, I think she's stitched with the other hand. I think she's stitched with right hand on the top, the opposite than me. And her right wrist is always here. I'm not sure it's super good for the wrist because it's good for, the arms to have some movement. Otherwise you get repetitive injury. But she would do this pretty much. And so she cut her thread short in order for her to pull her thread up without having to travel very far, but also to keep herself maybe within a very small area. So, and maybe by staying in a small area very closely, it's easier to read the chart, right? Because the further you flow away, that's why extreme cross country is very risky, because then you start to have to rely on all the stitches to be correct. Whereas if you're staying in a close area, it's a little bit easier to verify whether you're in the correct location, I think. Kristen says, I've seen her using scissors more recently, so no more of the start and finish chaotically. Though that's usually mid-thread. So she finished our one she's working on most often. Well, Kristen, that's an interesting point, because we, when we think about Komari method, we kind of joke about it. She kind of, use the entire piece, leave a long thread on a long piece underneath, and also end the same way. It's not entirely true. I think she does that sometimes, depending on the length of the thread she's got left. I have seen her, yes, cut away a piece of thread that's still attached to a needle. I don't know what she does with this needle though, threaded. I think she keeps it somewhere. I don't know. I have to look into her, needle board or some sort of system. She does have a piece of thread attached and put it away sometimes, and then maybe bring it back. Yes, so it's not all the time she does the full Komari method, if you know what I mean. You're quite right. 3799. 3799. And Needle says she's very efficient, bring up the needles right at the right spot from the bottom. Yes, I'm not quite convinced that she's got photographic memory. That would be kind of Rayman kind of level, isn't it? I like to think that's true. I like to think that's true. That'd be so fantastic. She could memorize the whole, heaven and earth chart, A4 sheet at a time. That would be so great. But I think it's more of the fact that she's not traveling very far and she's very efficient at reading charts because she used to do paper charts, so maybe she's just trained to be very accurate, because with paper chart you don't have any assistance in terms of highlighting colors, etc. You need to really just rely on your eyes to identify where you are. And maybe she's just trained herself to be very efficient and very accurate. And because reading threads, reading stitches can be time consuming. I mean, if you think about how many times I stop and go, where am I, imagine if you don't ever need to do that. That will save you a lot of time, I think. But even if she cuts away the remaining tail and save it, I don't think she does any saving, any ending method though. She would just leave a longer tail still, but saving, the remaining bits if it's still long. 3799. Yes, Kamara giggles quite a lot indeed. I don't know what she's giggling about. Ah, Janine. And do you find the method actually faster? And do you have to think about it? Because there's more management with the thread you have to do so it doesn't tangle. So I think that sounds like the method Stitching Masterpieces is doing as well. 934, 934. Laura says, I Google how much DMC costs in Japan, and it's around $1.15 or $1.5 per scan. May not be accurate, but sounds about right. So is that a little bit more, right? Because she's got tons and tons of flaws, and she only stitched with DMC. And I have seen her, she's got an entire roll of 25 count fabric, DMC fabric, like a big roll, like what you would see from the wholesalers. So she only stitches on 25 counts DMC fabric, and that's all she does. She's got a big roll of fabric. Kristen says she has needleboard. Ah, do you think it's a master needleboard or just for that project? Yeah, she's got to be still, keeping those needles somewhere. But I don't think I've seen how she does it. Hi, Rose. Hello. Rose says, hello all. I've been lurking. Vona, Piffer, needle action, down with the pointy end. Let's have a look. Let's read it properly. Down with the pointy end and up with iron. Oh, but doesn't that feel weird? Does that feel good though? And Ruth says, quicker, no need to turn your needle around at the back. Threads get less twisted. But it doesn't feel good, does it? Coming up from the back. Let me try it. Okay, so this one is the last stitch. I'll start with another one. But surely, because, you know, the quality of the stitching experience for me is on the top of my list when it comes to stitching. That's why I don't like not pulling my thread through, because I really enjoy it. I love doing this all the way up and feel that, you know, the stitches are kind of quite snugly and pull it tight. Not tight, but that's part of the enjoyment. So what Ruth is saying is going down and up the same way, coming back with from the back of the needle. Let me try it. I think I'm probably going to not like it, but I'm happy to try. Let me pick this color here. I've got this one, 154, 154. Because I don't want to sacrifice my stitching, you know, the quality of stitching, for me anyway, for the sake of speed. I'd rather be slower, but that's just me. 154, I'm going to try it. Captain Squirrel, good morning. Oh, so Janine, you figured that out yourself. Wow, Janine, being a cunning stitcher. Yes, because there's one video that was out there from Stitching Masterpieces, and I don't know whether she figured it out herself or she learned it from somewhere else, but she does have a video out there saying how do you stitch fast, how to stitch faster, or something like that. And she talked about not pulling your thread all the way through. Oh, see, intuitively, I just want to bring my needle up. I think I'm going to fight it. So what Rose is saying is that you stitch with the pointy up and down, and then come up from the back? Is that, oh no, no way. My body is fighting it. My body is so fighting it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Rose, it's a no-go for me. And also it's harder because the back is thicker. It's going to be much harder to do. I don't care if it's faster. Not doing that. Chua, hello. Chua says, she said, I think it's Komari we're referring to. She said it's much cheaper to buy a bolt of 25 count fabric. Yeah, I know, but that's provided you're going to stitch only 25 count forever. And how big is that? How long is it? I wonder, the whole bolt. I think it's just the unit of the entire row. She's got like a huge row there. And but the thing is, most stitchers probably have projects of different various, you know, fabric count. But she's totally set with just stitching 25 counts through and through. And she does. She's very, very unique. Oh, Janine, have you tried the going up and down the same direction with the needles? I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't, my body doesn't want to do it. You just go, no, please don't do that. 154. It just doesn't feel right. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure my hand automatically flipped the needle back to slip on the hole for half of the cross. Yeah, I think it's just automatic. My body doesn't even want to do it. It doesn't understand it. Why would you want to stitch with the back of the needle? Why? 3787. It's like trying to walk backwards, you know. Why do you want to do that? There's one more. Rue says good for getting those last few stitches from your thread. Oh, right. Okay. Yes, for thread chicken, right? If you have just tiny bit left, that I can see. That I can see. But that's, you know, that's a desperate move. That's when you have no threads left. So you come up from the back. That I can understand. But it's probably not something you want to do on a regular basis. It's just messing with my brain. Okay, 3787. Lucy, well, I'm not going to change my channel name anytime soon. You know, do not worry. Like a speedy stitching with Yogi, you know, fast stitching Yogi. That is not going to happen, is it? Lynn says, Yogi, it takes me longer to thread the needles than sewing. Oh, really? Lynn, you can try the, I don't know what method you're using. You know, I may be quite slow with stitching, okay? But my threading is actually, you know, average speed. I wouldn't say fast. I wouldn't claim that, but it's average speed. And I can show you, okay? Live demonstration of Yogi threading. 3031. 3031. Oh, this one's threaded already, so I can't do it. But let me just, for the sake of demonstration, okay, Lynn, it's actually very easy. I know as soon as I'm trying to demonstrate it, I'll probably mess it up. But let me just show you, Lynn. All you have to do, okay, is to take your thread. I learned this from someone else, okay? I didn't invent it. So, and just push, let me see, if just wrap the thread over the eye of the needle, pretty much. So what you want to do is just press it down. I don't know why it's not focusing here. And then I'm going to just push my, oh, it's not showing, is it? Let me see. Yes, in this area. You just need to push it through. See, it's already threaded. Can you see that? It's already threaded. So I fold it. I wrap over the thread over the needle, press it really tight, and then just push the needle through the wrapped over threads and just pull it over. It takes like half less than a second to do. So there you go. Speedy threading Yogi. Not much else, okay? Lizzie says, I have varying counts, but I think now I'm settled on 25 counts. Is a lovely fabric for me. I love the feel, the look and texture. I mean, this year, I have to say, I'm really into 25 counts. And I love the feel of the fabric as well. It's because end of last year, I was really into 28 counts, and I love the lightness of the 28 counts. But this year, for some reason, I'm just very drawn to 25 counts, which is a lot more substantial in terms of the fabric. It's a little bit thicker and obviously slightly bigger in stitches. But yeah, I really enjoy it. But I would not commit my life to stitching 25 counts. That's where me and Komari, differ. I cannot commit to one thing. I will not buy an entire roll of 25 counts or 28 counts, any count. Aya says Komari gets her class in 158 centimeter width and 5 meter long. It's about 18,500. Is it? Yeah, it's 18,500 Japanese yen. Is that, how does that work out? Is it expensive or is it much cheaper? Because I know I learned the fabric in America is actually more expensive than here, it seems. Because we compare some fabric I bought, and I think I remember it was Nikki that said it will probably cost twice as much in America with the same size of fabric, which was a surprise to me. I just thought there's a lot, everything, craft-wise is cheaper in America. But I don't know how that works out in Japan. I suppose she doesn't stitch a lot of projects. Recently, she has increased a few more projects, but up to maybe a couple of years ago or a year ago, she was pretty much one project person, or maybe two max. And so she doesn't use up that much fabric at a time. So it's a kind of investment for her, I think. 3031. And also, if she's super sure that that's the fabric count she wants, then, it makes sense to invest in a larger quantity. Hello, Dolly. Can you hear that pitiful meow? Hello, babe. Hello. Are you coming here to say hello? Come over here, babe. Can we have a word? Can we talk about our contract and small prints, terms and conditions, babe? She walked away now. now I mention the word of contract. She's not happy. She's like going, hey, I'm a cat. I do what I want. And how dare you mentioning contract? So she's walked away. Baby, do you want to come back? Please don't get mad. Oh, she's like complete diva nowadays. It's like, the writer she's asking, it's like in order for her to appear on a stream, she requests at least 3 different flavors of churro. Oh dear. She's a complete hard work now. And we have created a monster, okay? And now she's on her face on the merchandise, and she's got a special slot on the on our stream, and she's just going, "Hey, I know I'm an internet sensation, and it's on my terms now." Oh dear, 315, 315. Even when I threatened to replace her with Lily, okay, and she just knew it, she called me bluff. Yeah, I know. And she knows the chat loves her, okay? And she's secretly watching the chat panel. See her face blowing up. She's a diva, complete diva. More prawns. Oh, Susan, she can't have more prawns. She's got at least, 8 prawns today already. I need to ration it, okay? Hey, Tracy. Tracy Parker says $116. I think it's referring to the roll. Susan says, according to Google, it's about £87. Oh, that sounds a lot, but not as much as I thought. I thought maybe it would be like, well, I bet, Susan, if we buy the entire row over here, it's going to be at least 150, But 87, okay, £87. Well, I suppose, that role is probably going to last her for years. So, that's probably worth it. Lynn says, I'd love to have to do the cheapest DMC thread shop. You mean to open a shop, Lynn? And to have DMC super cheap, just like in America. I know she's such hard work. Oh, Betty says, she says small prawns. What small prawns? Oh, so the prawns are too small. Oh dear, I have to go for jumbo prawns, the king prawns. All right then. Oh, the king prawns. Yeah, here we go. Yes, I need to do better, don't I? Yes. And now she's probably rolled over on a sofa, belly up, sleeping now. She's going, that was my appearance. 3 seconds. Until you improve the prawn condition. No more appearances for me. Oh dear. Oh, I know what she wants. Hang on a second. She wants to go out. I can hear, when she's trying to go out from the front window. I've got a blind, and she will be, use her little paws, just flipping around, just batting the blinds to make noises. So I know. Hang on. Let me just go and take care of her needs. I'll be right back. Oh, there you go. Now she's happy. As soon as I open the front window, she just rushed out as if she's been locked in for days. But it's not. She's got a cat flap. She can go out whenever she wants. Yes. But she likes to go out from the front from time to time. 315. 315. Yeah, self-stitching. We have emojis. Laura says, do you have a picture of Lily? I do. Let me have a look. I may have. She's all black and she's quite butch. Kind of quite, I'm trying to see if I've got a photo here. Oh dear, what is this? I think I've taken some photos. I'm trying to see. He's completely black. Oh dear. Let me have a look. I can't find it right now, but I'll dig it up and I'll probably show you next time or on the Facebook group. But then again, I don't want to be too attached to her, you know, to him. And hey, Tamara. Tamara says, good evening. Do you ever get cat fur stuck in your fabric as you stitch? How do you avoid this? My cat seems to love all my crafts. I think all the cat owners in the chat right now, they're going, yes, it happens, and it happens a lot. Yes, I think cat fur just has this magical power to just appear anywhere. And yes, we personally, if it's really long, I remove it. But sometimes it's just a little fluff, you know, a dolly fluff. I actually make a point of stitching the the fluff into my piece. So a little bit of a dolly's DNA in all my work. So yes, it can happen a lot. But also, I've got this trick. Okay, oops. Apologies, I just dropped my screwdriver on my table there. My trick is masking tape. Okay, so I've got rolls of masking tapes around me a lot, just by my desk. And I'll tear a piece and I just, you know, I just do this. I just pick up all the fluff. And yes, and it works. So that's what I do. And Lizzie as well. Lizzie says, just try to pick it off when I come across. Yes, because some of them are quite stubborn. So a piece of, you know, masking tape, don't use the regular tapes because you're going to have residue of glue. But masking tape is quite good. Can you see even some unseen fluffs that I didn't even know that was there? I picked up. So if you do, you know, want to remove your kitty's DNA, then this is easy way of doing it. Oh, Captain's got tweezers. Yes, that's one way of doing it as well, with really stubborn hair that's already stuck inside. I think all the cat owners in the chat know, you know what I'm talking about. You know, even when masking tape doesn't work, when it's already stuck, buried in, you need a tweezers to pick out. Susan says, you should know, Yogi, the chat is always going to be on Dolly's side. Oh, I know. It's a losing battle for me. I know. So yes, it's up my the quality of my prawns, the size of my prawns. All right then. Oh, seriously. 640. 640. I'm on a roll today. I think I'm going to stitch a little bit longer today. I think I still have a little bit of a, you know, fuel in my tank, so to speak. Because sometimes, you know, when I stitch past midnight, I'm kind of going, okay, now it's like, you know, bedtime stitching, the few stitches, and I go to bed. But today I'm feeling good. I want to do a little bit more. Very nice. A little ninja. Aya says Kamari works. Traveling library, supersized, max color. Mary Mushroom. Yes, everything she does is supersized, max color, isn't it? Fairy ball. 2 pieces from Painting Fairy. Is she still working on those though? I saw her doing the stamp kits. I'm not sure her heart is there fully. And she's got original chart, really? Is she charting as well? It's the most recent one, her own chart. Because I noticed she's stitching one that I've never seen before, like 2 little childlike figures. I don't know how to describe them. Very stylized. 823. I don't know whether they're dolls or they're people. 823. Oh dear. This one doesn't want to. 823. Yes, masking tape definitely works. And just 1 stitch here. Ginny says, if I can't get my cat's hair out of my stitching with my fingers, it stays as part of the project. It's a speciality thread, exactly. It's a little bit of the DNA embedded in your work. That's very nice. I do that too. Sometimes I deliberately do that. If the color matches, if it's a dark color and I've got a little bit of a dolly fur there, I make a point of stitching into the piece because it's nice. Eight, 2, 3. Really, Captain? That's a great way of saying it. Captain says, I heard others refer to it as pet glitter. I love it. I love it. Pet glitter. I've never heard that before, but I like it. Susan says, I'm going to have to go low battery. Yes, see you later and well done and nighty-night, sweet dream. Oh, Kristen says Henzo and Gentel. One is hers. Oh, so that's the most recent one with 2 like doll people. So did she create the artwork herself? So she's a bit of an artist, isn't she? I know she can draw. She always doodle like on a piece of paper. But wow. I don't know how she created the artwork. I think it's a natural progression, isn't it? When someone stitches for a long time, you want to create your own charts. 550. Just 1 stitch as well. Laura says it looks like Hansel and Gretel. Oh, not Gentel. In front of the candy house. Are they known characters? I have no idea who they are. I wanted it from, but Kristen said it's original and it's only available in Japan. Why is it though? If it's downloadable, if it's a PDF, why only in Japan? Well, I don't know whether she's selling it. Is she selling it? Because they look very stylized in terms of not quite anime, but a little bit that way, isn't it? Some sort of animation character or something. 550. Aya says officially DMC cost about 150 yen, but we can get about 100 yen from the wholesaler. I don't know what the conversion rate is. Because from the sort of, the amount Kamari is using, sort of, quite generous, quite relaxed about the thread. I like to think that maybe they're not too pricey, not as pricey as Europe. Because over here it's like gold dust. Okay then, I'm going to do a little bit of 939. What? So Kristen says so she is selling the pattern, but it doesn't allow international downloads. That is so strange, because downloadables are mostly cross countries, regions. Why will it do that? How strange. Maybe you can ask Kamari. Oh, Kamari is on our Facebook group, okay? So maybe you can DM her. She's joined our group. Oh, Laura wants it. Right, so it's her original artwork. That's amazing. Rochelle says, thank you, Ruth and Yogi. You just saved me. I've had to get silicone fingertips. I'm suffering from nail bed trauma from stitching. The needle clings to the silicone and it's hard to flip. Oh, which one? Are you, hang on. Silicone fingertips, I'm suffering from nail bed trauma. So Rochelle, tell me what you're referring to. Oh, are you talking about the method, the stitching method? And see you later, Lizzie. Yes, it is late if you're in the UK, okay? Not many crazy stitchers staying up like Yogi, okay? So go to bed. Well done. It's already nearly 1 o'clock. 99. I'm going to just do a little bit, maybe till about 1-ish. Ah, so Richard says, no, I don't have to flip. So you've been issues with flipping needles. And now it's Ruth's idea. It's Ruth's idea. I couldn't even do it because it just feels so counterintuitive. But I'm so happy that it worked for you and helped you. I'm just wondering, why would they restrict international download? Because why? You know, downloadables are mostly worldwide. That's the whole point. It's digital. Unless there's some sort of tax issues, or I don't know. Why would you make your work regional? Or maybe just contact Kamari and ask her why it's restricted to certain countries. Lynn says Lynn is trying to gauge people's ages with their hands. Yes, Lynn, I'm 37. It's no mystery. One, two. Ah, IOS is an online site. The Kamari use does not accept international credit card. I didn't know nowadays there's sort of international, there's a concept of international credit cards, because all credit cards are international, no? It's like Visa or whatever. That's very strange. Yeah, just let Komari know the whole world wants her pattern, so open up. She can just have a Etsy shop, can't she? Oh dear, Rochelle. Rochelle said my nails are separating. Oh dear. From nail bed. Right, and that doesn't sound very comfortable. Yes. So you probably have to stitch with a lot of care. So you can do the reverse stitching in a different way. Not reverse stitching. It's like we need to give it a name, don't we? With a method. No return stitching session, stitching method. Aya says also she mentioned about the size of a chart. The size is too big for upload. Why? How big is the chart? It's a PDF, surely. Why will it be too big for upload? What is it? It's a feature film. That's very strange. I'm sure it's just some sort of weird kind of technical restriction there. I'm sure that can be sorted. Komari, the chat wants your chart, make it available to this poor stitchers in the chat. I mean, Laura is losing her mind. I mean, it's a PDF. PDFs are super small. That's the whole point of PDF. Needle says they sell a double-sided needle pointy on both sides. Yes, I've seen those. Yes, maybe there's something to consider, Rochelle. So you can just stitch with whichever side without having to turn the needles. Lindsay's Yogi, my friend, visited. She said, how boring. I was stitching. She said, that's for old people to do. Well, then send them over here to the chat, okay? It's like people from all ages. We have people in 20s up to whatever age, okay? They're wrong. And Lynn is a spring chicken. Just tell them, okay? Tell those people, I'm a spring chicken and I stitch. Tamara says, I'm watching and learning. I may attempt my FC, full coverage stitching project next week during my break. How do you keep track of the part threads? Tamara, do you have a stitching app like Pattern Keeper or even Knot Saga? There's what's the other one? Markup IXP as well, whichever. If you want to park, well, you can do without the app. I don't know whether you're a paper girl or app girl, but if you have an app, most apps will have a parking functionality. So you just mark the part threads with a different symbol, and you know that stitch, that thread's been parked at a certain location. So that's how you keep track. I think without the app, I think it's still doable, but it's harder. Oh, Rochelle says flipless method. Oh, there you go. There's a proper name there. Captain Squirrel says it was an old people craft long ago, but I think 2020 really changes the cross-stitching community a lot. Yes, I think, it's a mess of, people doing crafts in general. They're older. It's just not. I've been doing crafts since I was like 12, 14. I was doing all sorts of things, and I've been doing cross-stitching. Yes, sometimes you have a kind of, stereotype of idea of certain people doing certain things. It's like people tend to think people who play games, they're male teenagers or some sort of, certain ideas about them. But in fact, male, female, all ages, they all play games, video games. I'm on a roll today. I'm just feeling really good. Rochelle says, I tried a double-ended needle, but they break super easy and the threads fray so fast. I tried 3 different brands. Interesting. So Rochelle, you have gone down that route before. If you're happy just flipping regular needles, you can do that. As long as it's not tricky to bring the needle from the back end. That is a lot more sustainable way of doing it. I think those 2-ended needles, they're probably more expensive as well, aren't they? Probably less easy to buy. So Tamara says, no stitching app, and the pattern I'm using is on paper. I have seen people parking with paper patterns. Guys, what do you think? Is it doable to use paper chart and do parking? I think it's doable. It's probably more tricky because you do need to read in order to find parking spot. For instance, if you look at my app here, it highlights the colors I'm stitching. So if I want to find my next parking spot, it's very easy to do. I just need to look to a certain direction. I can find the next stitch. It's doable. You just need to mark the park spot with a different color pen or a different symbol. And so when you get there, you've got a part threads there. I think it's doable. It's just a little bit more effort, I think. Betty says, you made 2020 seem like 100 years ago, and I'll never understand why people even give those that don't understand each other likes and care about an age. Yes, I think you've got a point there. If, why do we care what people think, what age people should, are doing cross-stitching? But I think 2020 is being mentioned because of COVID. I think a lot of people found full coverage and sudden, different types of crafts around that time. And I found full coverage around COVID as well. Prior to that, I've been doing cross-stitching, all my life, on and off. But I didn't even know full coverage actually existed as a genre. And I found it just happened to be around the COVID time. I think it was to do with one of the kits, the 14-count kits that I bought, just because I liked the pattern and it looked challenging, and didn't realize it was a full coverage chart. It was very different from all the charts I've stitched before. And so when I tried to stitch it, I realized my old method, the method I knew, did not work very well. And that embarked, allowed me to embark on the journey of trying to sort of, trying to figure out what exactly that full coverage was. And then through that, I found heaven and earth and all that stuff. So Because prior to that, I didn't even know you could kit up your patterns. I didn't know people out there were buying just patterns. Because for me, cross stitching is, they always come as a kit. So I think 2020, I can see the significance, importance there. Hello, passion for stamping says needle down, eye up wasn't invented by Vonna Piffer and is referred to as Vonna's method. It's quite well known, really. Not well known, passion. I had no idea. Maybe well known if you're well versed in that world. I had no idea. It's the first time I've heard it. I knew people did that for whatever reason to make it faster, or maybe play when you're playing thread chicken, when you have a tiny bit of the thread left. I can see the logic of it. I didn't know people did that as a regular method of stitching. So it's past 1 o'clock here in London. I'm gonna pick one more color to finish off. I'm gonna pick a non-black color here. Maybe this one. 434 sounds nice. So it's called Vonna Piffer. I probably butchered that. Okay, that's where the credit goes. Captain Squirrel says, my hobby teases me that it's a grandmom's hobby. I just ignored it. Ignore it. I can't help his ignorance. But hang on, Lunchbox actually bought you a project and forced you to stitch it. Why is he talking about grandmom? Is he being a little bit confused? 434. 434. And ultimately, why do we care? Why do we care? 434. I mean, if someone can be so judgmental about saying that, because it's not just about stereotype, it's about, there's a certain derogatory element of that as well. If someone is talking like that, maybe, just ignore them. No time for that kind of stuff. Tamara says, I learned how to cross stitch on the crafty class during COVID. Oh, it's a class. I mean, online class. Yes. I think a lot of people found stitching or, other types of all sorts of crafts during COVID. And people learn how to cook as well during COVID. A lot of people probably never had to cook their entire life or bake their entire life. Actually learn how to do it. Lynn says, Yogi, you did see Joyce's work of St. Paul's Cathedral is beautiful. I know. I didn't realize it was St. Paul's Cathedral. I should have known. I used to work by St. Paul's Cathedral for years. And it was quite nice to be able to walk out of the office and the cathedral is right in front of you. And at the base of the cathedral, I'm trying to think, maybe I remembered it wrong. There was a small church nearby. They do vegan food. I remember. It's a very old church near the cathedral. And I hope Joyce is doing well. I think she's busy with house exchange handover or something. So it can be quite busy time. Betty says my first counted cross stitch since was 1992. It was full coverage already, 1992. Wow. I didn't even know what it was until COVID time. And Betty says the chart was in a magazine before that. It's never known there were kids. Wow. I thought cross stitching always came as a kit. Michelle says, came back to just catch up at the end. I'll catch up and replay. Yes, Michelle, catch up with the replay. And great for you to pop in to say hello. And I'm going to do my last few stitches. Last two. It's just feeling so good stitching this one. I don't want to stop. But this is going to be my last stitch. Oops, and I lost my thread. Jeannie says, people have been painting for hundreds of years. Is that grandmom hobby? Yes. And Captain says, I don't understand how it's a grandmom's hobby, considering just using finite motor skills and requires good eyesight. Who knows? I think it's just a stereotype. People don't think when they talk, do they? And who cares? All right then. This is my last stitches. Done. Very nice. Four, three, four. 4, 3, 4. Going back. Yes, the typing, the quality of typing is deteriorating the more you type. And Betty says, I have said that cross stitch used to be a poor person's hobby until they start dyeing threads, dye fabric, and some expensive chart as well. And also, yes, I think it can be a not so much poor person's hobby. It could be a not cheaper, because ultimately you just need some threads and some fabric. But you know, when you have, like us, we have so many different projects, you know, it does build up. And also the cost of charts as well, and this, you know, all the threads and fabric. Yes, exactly. Not even dye fabric, even just regular fabric, you know, it could start to build up as well. But if you're a single project person and you just kit up one, let's say supersized like this one, and just keep stitching it, the single project could last you for years, right? So it is not expensive if you look at it that way. But if you're like us, you know, it doesn't work that way. We have many projects and numbers growing, and all the surrounding accessories as well. You know, maybe you want a better frame and a few needle miters here and there and all that kind of stuff. It does build up, doesn't it? So, but I think it's still a lot cheaper than if you do, I don't know, I'm trying to think of other hobbies. What other hobbies are costly? Oh, Lynn says Women's Weekly used to do cross-stitch projects as well. Is it like a magazine, like a some ladies magazine? Do they teach you how to walk properly and that kind of stuff? And, you know, ladies should do a little bit of stitching as well. So there you go, guys. Look at this. I think I made pretty good progress. if I don't know whether you remember, if you're here in the beginning of the stream, and this whole patch was missing, so it was kind of a strange shape there. And I'm trying to bring it back a little bit because I cheated a little bit in order to get to the squirrel tail, okay, the last couple of sessions. So there was a huge patch kind of missing there. The whole piece kind of looks slightly weird, but now I'm starting to patch up this bit and it's looking great, I think. And yes, indeed, there's a little bit of tail emerging, and you can see the shading of the colors happening here. And this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to little squirrel. It's going to be huge. It's going to be a giant squirrel happening there. And yes, the cost of framing, passion for stamping, you said it. They're not cheap, all right? They're not cheap. And all the hoops and everything else. Oh, car making is also expensive. Well, I suppose anything you require sort of, surrounding accessories, material, and all that stuff, things start to pile up. And Lynn says 245 stitches. Lynn is playing Guess My Stitches on her own. Yes. Okay, then. Maybe Lynn is correct. I'm thinking, who knows? Okay. So now I'm going to show you my app. Okay. I'm going to share the number of stitches. Today, it's a little bit longer, but also, I think I've done well in terms of speed. Not Komari, okay? I'm not changing my channel name just yet, but just to show you where I am, it's looking good. It's still a little bit of a if I zoom out, the reality kind of hits me, because when I'm looking at my fabric, it's looking good. It's a good size, but looking at the entire piece, yes, okay. But I'm patient. This is a beautiful piece, okay, and one stitch at a time, all right. And I'm going to share. Needle says 3. Oh, we play Guess My Stitches. Yes, 330, 325. Okay then. Are you guys ready? I'm going to count down to 3, 2, and 1. Go. Ooh. Guys, who's laughing now? Me. I'm laughing. The grand total of stitches Yogi has done today. Okay, guys, are you ready? 383. Yeah, it's almost 400. It's not that far away, is it? It's like just about less than 15 stitches. I'm 400, and it has never happened before. 400 per session never happened unless it's a marathon. So 383, yay! Well, I know Laura. I know. Laura is in shock. Look at Laura. Laura is literally, Laura probably fell off the chair. I know, but I have the app as the proof. Okay, I did not make it up. It's over there. And look at my percentage. Okay, it's still 0.76. Okay, a little bit at a time. This is a huge piece, supersized. Okay, yes, Laura, get up from the floor, okay, and dust yourself off. I know it's shocking, isn't it? And I'm in slight shock as well. But today is a mixture of fair number of color changes. So we're not doing block stitching here, okay? So this is a very good number. A bit of, background stitching, but also this bit with fair number of color changes. So I'm very proud, very happy. And thank you for joining me today. And yes, and today I really enjoyed this piece. I could have kept going, to be honest. I'm just feeling so good. But tomorrow we're back for dimensions, okay? Dimensions, and so stitching Maggie time. All right, so come back with dimensions piece or stitch whatever you want. We have back doors and side doors and the open ceiling for you. So, and thank you for your company. I really enjoy the chat and I've learned so much. And give me some dolly, give me some 99, and I'll see you tomorrow. From the sleepy London town, now it's 1:20 midnight. I'm going to bed. See you later. Enjoy the rest of your day or night. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.